Well, hey, good evening, everybody. I hope everybody's having a great evening tonight. I tell you what, it's hard to turn away from live wire whiskey, but they were really jumping tonight, and it was nice to see everybody that was on there tonight. Um, been a little busy and doing a few things. Actually, if some of you know, some of you might not know, but Four Leaf Whiskey actually did her first actual live stream tonight, and she let me know that she'd like me to attend. And so I didn't know when I got on that that was going to be her first actual live stream. So I thought that that was pretty neat that she asked me to be there for that. And really liked it. Was really good. Had a great time on there. So I hope all of you got to catch that. If not, go back and look at the replay. And if none of you are, or some of you that are in here lurking don't know, look up Four Leaf Whiskey. She does some great reviews, particularly Irish whiskey, because that's one thing she really, really knows. Go over there, watch the video, hit the thumbs up, and subscribe. And when you do, make sure you click on that bell for her and get all the notifications so you'll know when she actually does a live over there. So it would really, really help her. But I mean, really great person, really great time I had on that channel here earlier today. Really enjoyed myself. Let's get into the chat here real quick just to say hi to some people that have been sitting in here waiting to come on. Lilith, cheers. Glad to see that you really enjoyed your holiday over here. I'm really glad to see you guys made it home. It's just nice sometimes just to get home, relax, but it's the unpacking, getting things ready for, unfortunately, Monday, and it's a work day. But great to have you here. Z-Man, cheers. Nice to see you. Yes, Livewire is always good to me. But like I said, they really have a good show going on tonight. James, cheers. Great to have you here. Context Rich, cheers. Thanks for popping on here. Always appreciate people when they come on. And yep, hit that thumbs up, like, and subscribe to the channel. Really appreciate that. Bobby, how are you, man? All is well. Glad to see you here. Are you at work? Are you just lurking? I know that W word gets in the way. We all hate that. Jack, cheers, man. Nice to see you. Haven't actually got to chat with you for a while, but nice to see you. That's for sure. What do we got here? Where was Jack? Yes, everyone. It is great to see Stacy here, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Kathy Joe, cheers. Nice to see you. And Mustard, too, over there on Livewire. Always good to see them. Holiday was fun, but glad to be home. Yes, that terrible thing does get in the way, but, reality does pop in, so we have to actually do it. But anyway, so you probably saw the thumbnail. One of the things that attracted you, besides Livewire Whiskey sending everybody over here, and I've been going back through some of my whiskeys that I just haven't had in a while. Not because I didn't like them or anything, but when you start collecting more than half a dozen bottles, things kind of get pushed back or whatever. And it's not that you don't like them or anything like that. You're just trying different things, some new things, some things you really just seem to gravitate to. Well, this last week, when I get off work, I don't know, just something come over me that, you know what, I'm going to go back and start looking at some of my whiskeys that I haven't had for a while. And so I just doing a simple pour after work, just sitting back, unwinding and relaxing. And I'm like, wow, these things are really good. And why haven't I went back to them? So one of them in particular is a Scotch. And I know you guys are shocked that I drink Scotch. I'm sure of it, but it was a Scotch. And I've had a few expressions from this particular one, and it's Glengoyne. And I've been working on it's just the 12-year-old. And like I said, I haven't had it in a while, and I'm going back to some of these whiskeys that I've had, and I'm like, man, oh day, why did I push this thing aside? No idea, but just how it was. So I'm just sitting there and I'm working on that bottle and going, man, this thing is actually pretty darn good. I mean, I've always liked it, but I'm like, I just forgot about it that it was sitting on there. And my sister and brother-in-law actually sent me a couple when they were over in Scotland. So when they came back, they dropped off a couple of little delicious little drops to me, and happened to be the Glengoyne 18, the Glengoyne 12, and the Glengoyne Legacy. And I'm like, man, I just can't believe I've let this 12 sit. And I did. But how many of you have whiskeys that you haven't went to in a while and have just, not that you forgot about them, but just haven't done it, but you're like, wow, I've got to go back to that, or I've got to get back to some of these. And I was watching Trev Bourbon Wrench the other night. What was it tonight? No, it was Saturday, because he's usually on Fridays, but he was having internet problems. But anyway, and one of the things was that people asked him, drink something you haven't had in at least 6 months. And it's funny that that topic came up there, because I was already doing that. And so I said, well, you know what? That's going to be what I'm going to talk about, and do it in probably 2 parts, maybe 3. I don't know, but there's definitely going to be a second one on there to, like, scaringly good whiskeys that you just haven't touched. And I figured, well, let's just play on the Halloween theme here, because it is October and Halloween is coming in a few weeks. So I thought, you know what, this will get people's attention, and let's do that. But honestly, are there some whiskeys that you guys just pushed aside, not because you don't like them, it's just you haven't got to, but now you're like, you know what, I've got to get back to these? Put them in chat. Let me know what you guys are thinking about. Hey, I'm going to go back and I'm going to go back and revisit these things, because why am I leaving something like that just sit? Right? You bought it, so you might as well drink it. Everybody that's popping on right now, do me a favor, make sure you hit that thumbs up. And if you are new here, please make sure you hit that thumbs up and subscribe and click on the bell so you get the notifications, and particularly the one that says all. The other ones just don't cut the rug. But anyway, I'm kind of glad that I had poured this, and I poured a couple more throughout the week. And I'm like, yep, this is exactly what I'm going to start talking about here over the next few live streams I have. Is just things that we, for some reason, just got. And this was towards the back of the shelf. It's just how it went. I got to start bringing some of this stuff up, because it's really, really good. And I've had the Glengoyne 21. Actually, I drank quite a bit of that over Christmas last year. My father got a bottle of it from my sister, because, like I said, they were over in Scotland for a while, and that was one of the things that brought back for him. And so I was like, man, that's pretty good. So that's what started me on this little endeavor of the Glengoyne Scotch, and it's great. Hey, that's a great shirt.
Twinsies.
Twins. Yeah. That live wire. They're
That's
all right.
coincidental, man. That's awesome.
Yeah. Without a doubt, man.
What are you drinking?
Glengoyne 12.
Okay, so we're scotching it up.
We're scotching it up. This is something that I have tried and liked it. I've said I've tried the 12, I've tried the 18, the 21, and then the NAS Legacy. And I just kind of have set those back aside. And not that like I said, not that I don't like them or don't want them or anything like that. It's just
greetings, gentlemen.
Hey, Eric.
Hey, Eric.
Oh, now is that the cask?
Yeah.
Is that the second release?
Yes.
Okay, I have that.
Well, I'm drinking Redbreast 21 at the moment.
Yeah, I saw you pulled that out because the wheel they had
Irish.
They picked Irish,
Yiddish.
and then they picked sub 100, so that confused Eric.
Well, once like Stacy.
No, I got Irish tonight. And sub 100 both.
Yeah,
both.
Stacy did her live show tonight, so
yeah,
I wanted to start drinking Irish, but I don't like touching my Redbreast 21 because I can't get it for a cheap price anymore.
No,
but then why not? I started drinking it tonight.
Okay, good point. Good point. We get some of these bottles, and like maybe a Glengoyne 18, a 21-year-old. In your case, the Redbreast. Why? We open them. We have a few pours.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're. You can't get them at the price you got them for. Let's just say a year, 2 years ago, or whatever.
Yeah.
But why do we push them further back on the shelf and not enjoy them? What did we do this for?
Well, that's the point, right? Like, why did you pay that much money in the first place to get them?
Exactly.
To
So,
sit and oxidize in your shelf. And, well, if they're not, I have one that's not open, and then I have one that is open, but it's only like that much left in the bottle. Why not drink it, right? Like,
exactly. Brian's on. This is cool.
And you know what? That's true. There's certain things that just go good, Dan, and that's one of them. And you're right. You got to get some of these things from the back of that shelf, pull them up front, and start going through those things.
Oh yeah,
you know.
Yeah. Well, and some of it's seasonal too. You know.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
And one of the streams I did were rye. A lot of people won't touch rye spring, summer, and early fall, but come late fall, winter.
Oh yeah.
They're all about rye.
There you go.
And you know what, James, I haven't tried Avalor yet, but I've been eyeing up a few. I'm just not sure on which ones to go for first.
Yeah, I see them at my local store, but I've never had an opportunity to try one.
So this is weird. On my Writer's Tears for the first time ever, I'm getting banana pudding.
I just bought a Writer's Tears tonight. Some kind of like ice wine cask.
Oh, the ice wine cask. I've got the double oak, and this is the first time I've gotten a banana pudding. This is really good.
That would be a very good drink.
I get a little bit of dried peach on this Gold Spot.
And
I'm looking forward to that.
I get peach on the yellow also. There's a peach on the yellow, but a lot more pear.
Yeah.
I don't have any spots.
This was my first one, so
yeah,
I don't have anything to compare it to.
Guess what came, T-Rob?
It did. Awesome.
Yep, earlier than I anticipated.
Yeah, man, me too.
I was like, wow. I wasn't expecting them till tomorrow or Tuesday.
All right, Jack. Jacob, have a good night, man.
Oh, yeah. See you, Jack.
Well,
I'm glad they made it there safely.
I know he's got to go to work. That's that terrible word.
What did I get? Admin. I shouldn't. We're on a show. I'm not going to talk out loud. Sorry, I was typing. Admin.
But I mean, we all do this. We push some of these good bottles aside because I hate to say so many. I'm not trying to sound like a prude or anything, but you know, when you have a channel, you're buying different things, and in the beginning you've got that FOMO and you don't want to miss out, so you're looking on that bottle. But now, after you get so many bottles in, I'll be honest with you, I don't give a shit about the next, latest, and greatest anymore. I just
and sometimes you get that bottle that's just so. And then you're like, it just sits there, and you're like, you know, I really need to just go ahead and finish that one and get it over with.
I understand that. I mean, and then, like I said, it's that FOMO. You're afraid of missing something, so you're looking for that next great thing.
Absolutely.
And you know what? I can honestly tell you, I'm done with that crap.
Yeah.
The only FOMO I went after was the Knob Creek 18. I wanted.
You just changed his channel to Bow On.
That's right.
Bow On.
Boom.
Anthony, can I get admin?
I thought you were. I thought you were.
Let me get admin so I could kick that fucker off stream.
Holy.
Be careful, Vic.
A lot of
He
love
is
in
an
this room
admin,
tonight.
Shit.
But
Totally agree with my whiskey.
yeah,
FOMO.
I mean,
Yeah.
come on.
You know what? Actually, so the whiskey FOMO
hold
side
on
of
for a
things.
second.
Yep.
Well, let me. That's my nephew. He's back east.
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay.
Cheers, Matt.
Matthew.
Cheers, Matthew.
Yeah.
Cheers,
Hey,
Matthew.
I picked up something for you, by the way, Matthew. I was down there, so you have 2 things arriving. Just make sure your aunt has your address and stuff, so that you can get that down there next, so I can get it to your house. So just let me know over there, because he's in Delaware. I don't hold that against him, but you know.
So you're sending him like a you're sending him
was-
you're sending him a kilo of really good high grade marijuana.
I can't say that, but you know.
But he's not paying any tax on liquor in Delaware, so
Eric,
No,
Eric,
he's not.
If he would have been
So-
your nephew, then yeah, maybe we could have.
Oh,
So-
that would have been a given, absolutely.
So just the other day,
That'd
we
be a
were-
given.
he and I were FaceTiming because he was in a store, and he's like, "What do you think of this?" I go, "Oh yeah, that particular redemption in the store pick, the high rye bourbon at 105." I said, "Buy it all day long." So he's panning down that one,
Yeah.
T-Rob. Yep. And you got that too, don't you, Brian? Don't you have a sample of that? I thought you had a sample, Brian, of that one. You're muted again.
you're muted.
Muted, Brian.
Yeah, fix that thing. But we know. We got it, Brian.
Well, he had
Anyway.
some of mine. He had some of mine in DC. So
So he's paying in the aisles. All of a sudden, I see Scotch, of course, and then all of a sudden I see Lagavulin, and I yell, "Stop!" And he stops, and I'm telling him, "Left, left, left. Do this, do this, do this." And he goes over. It's the newest Offerman.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
So he's going to drop that off here in the next 48 hours,
Nice.
72
Yes.
hours, give or take. It depends on the flight. You know how that goes.
right.
Anyway,
Just Nick
I was
Offerman?
so damn excited to find that sucker. And if it's as good as I'm hoping it is, I know where there's more, and he's going to go back at least get one,
There
if
you
not
go.
2 more.
So Anthony, I gotta say one thing. You and I, we're comparing shirts. Scott's got one of the better shirts on right now. I'm just saying.
Oh, I saw that moose one.
The moose.
Right, the moose is loose. The moose
I got a
is loose.
sweater.
That's what it says in the men's.
Well,
message.
it's a little
Loose.
chilly
Not
where
gonna,
you are, Vic,
not
in
gonna lie
California.
though, Moose. This the Moose here is making the same face the picture was earlier today on Livewire. So
Rutting season in that time. I'm drinking. Going after the ladies.
What was just funny is he's panning that, and I immediately, because that box sticks out like a sore thumb,
Yeah.
and it was right next to the 16, and I'm like, holy crap! Reach out there and grab that sucker. I said, don't let that thing get out of your sight.
Yeah.
Good
And he's
evening,
like,
Mike
oh, there's
Franklin.
plenty there, and he picked me up a Fusion 7.
Oh yeah. Is that
So,
That one's good.
well,
Does
I
that get
can't
your
get that
collection
here anymore.
Yeah, you're
Fusion
you,
7?
How much was that 16 in Delaware? Do you remember?
Matt, what was that? About $120?
Yeah, my local store had. I sent Brian a picture the other day. They had the 16. It was 119. So
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think I was going to say 119,
Yeah.
something like that. And I said, that's robbery. Because it's about $79
oh wow,
generally here.
Yeah,
It went
yeah.
up a bit, but
right?
down there, I'm like, holy smokes.
Yeah,
For that, I'm talking about that 16-year-old Lagavulin, and that was
right.
16.
Yeah,
that
it's like
16-year was like
120
119, 120. And then the one you picked up for me was like $84, was it, Matt?
Right.
I can't remember, but it was somewhere along that line. But
Yeah, he said
This
yes.
is the one he's talking. Andrew's talking about the Ambu. Got the
Abelure.
Umbelor.
Yeah, these are the cast strengths,
Ambu.
the 60 something ABV.
okay, yep, he just confirmed it. Well, you know what? That's the one I think I was looking at
60,
Liquor
okay.
Lineup too, Andrew.
That Pete.
I'm not sure.
I've heard the Abunda's really good.
No, they're not.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, it's been a long time. This cork on here is like makes 114 look like a tiny cork.
Well, you know what?
No, none at all.
It's hard to judge
Oh, okay,
things,
good.
Greg, on the first pour. However, it's Lagavulin. It's got to have the quintessential profile of the Lagavulin. So for me, that's half the battle. I just don't know what that extra char is going to do, but I'm willing to do a pour or two of it and then push it back for about a week or so and let that open up in the bottle. But I'm just excited to get it. And
Anthony, you don't have Tito in the back? He said
I
he
don't
was jump
know.
over.
Is he?
No, I don't know. He said he
No,
was
hold
gonna
on.
jump over
I
for a
got
bit.
to pop Buddy back in here. Sorry, Brian.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you
hear
good?
now,
Yeah.
brother.
All
We
right.
can hear you now.
Mm-hmm. I can hear you now.
See what happens
Yeah.
when you start a channel, Brian? Your fucking mic stops working.
You know what?
I mean, it
It's
happened
only
to
on
me,
Anthony's
so-
stream. I had this issue the last time I popped on his.
Okay.
It
Maybe it's
didn't want to.
Anthony.
It didn't. But whatever.
Anthony was
But yeah, no,
muting.
I had a sample of that T-Rob juice. The in DC.
Redemption. Yeah.
Hey, Gert.
Is that why?
Cheers,
Is
man.
that why he's got the guns? The T-Rob juice? Is that
I was
what
gonna
you
say-
Yeah, I'm working on it.
So T-Rob juice is something entirely different than I was
Yeah,
thinking.
don't
Wow.
they call that a stack? I'm just
Wow,
saying.
this
I've
just
heard.
gets worse and worse.
I tell you.
Oh, there's
Well, there
a
you
lot of love
go. I mean, the
A lot of
drunker
love
we
here.
are.
Yeah.
But, but anyway, I'm really gonna start getting into some of these. Like on
Rob juice.
on Stacy's stream, I had to get rid of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
That's
was
why I
really
got into that 21.
So
How
I
is
have a
that one?
backup for this already, the Limavady.
Yeah.
But I was going to save this for Livewire, what I had on there,
Is
but
that good?
unfortunately, it is good. Don't
Okay.
pay 50 some bucks for it.
I saw it for $35 at
it's
That's
Total.
the
30
price.
It's 36, like 36.99 here.
Hold on.
Lucky
Lucky
Seven.
seven.
Lucky
Hold on,
Seven,
Brian.
yeah.
Senior proprietor.
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 You, Brian.
14 years.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you got
Oh,
35. That's the good
136
one,
free.
bro.
Yeah.
That'll take you to the
That batch, I
future.
have that bottle.
Nah, it's
Take you to the
very good.
future.
I bet it
Mine
is.
is.
It's very good.
Somewhere.
Get ready.
I'll show you the shirt. I got the shirt here.
You're going
Oh.
12 hours into the future. Ready, set, go.
Not off 136. I got Bourbon Ballers ECBP hazmat pick. That's the future.
Ooh,
Yeah, that is the future.
Hey, Bill, we're talking about Glenn Goyne here right now is what I got in the glass to 12-year-old. Why I pushed that thing to the side for a while, I have no idea. But man, it's
I'm gonna get a scotch, and Anthony's going to be shocked that I'm bringing this scotch up. I'll
I
be right
probably
back.
won't. Well, you know what? I never know what you're going to bring, Eric.
No.
That's for sure. But
Scotch gummies.
yeah, probably. I was just going to say Scotch
Main
gummies. You took
Scotch.
that out of. I was going to say gummies, not Scotch. I was just going to say gummies.
Yeah.
Gummies that taste
Well,
like mushrooms.
you know what? That's what Andrew was saying, and I'm going to have to specifically look for the cast strength. I may have to have Matt start looking in the Scotch aisle, but I picked him up a Buffalo
cat.
Trace because it's very hard to find for some reason over there, and I'm going to send him a small batch smoke wagon when I stop in over there at his place.
Oh, the Ken
There's a
shirt.
shirt.
This is the coolest shirt.
yeah,
I've
I
ever
gotta
seen.
get it,
man. Yeah.
It's the only shirt with my logo on it. So if you want my logo, my merch, there
There
it
you
is.
go. That's it.
Ken's getting all the money.
Is
Hey,
that
Greg.
is that the black or the heather gray?
Now Ken did say he was gonna because he missed Stacy and I. So and I don't have a logo yet exactly, but he said he's gonna make a new one with Stacy and my logo.
We got to get you a logo. I think
I
it should
kind of
just
do.
be-
With I just have to figure it out.
but I think you should also just have like one where it's just like a beard and like a hockey stick. Like,
All right, we'll make it up
I'll figure it out.
because that is not my forte.
Greg,
says
what's the
Mike off.
ABV on that Lagavulin? Is it 43 or 46?
Alex. Can you
I
hear me?
can't find the 10 here, Bill. Not at all.
Can you hear
are
you?
muted, Alex.
I wouldn't have
Sorry, I
this problem.
muted. No, sorry. It's the gray.
Hold
It's the
up.
gray,
Hold
okay.
up. I got to highlight this because I see something there. Hold on.
Yeah.
By the way,
That's the select, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Are
the
Big
last
Vic energy shirts.
This is
in
the
big boy sizes
last
gone?
of this swill I have in my house, and I'm gonna drink it right now.
You don't swill. You can just
Swill?
send that thing
What'd
to
you say,
me.
Scott?
Oh,
I
he
said, are the
doesn't have
big boy
any more.
sizes of the Big Vic energy shirts
No,
gone?
it's done.
Okay.
They're there.
Okay.
Because
And
I only
Alex,
saw them to 2X.
That's more than
so
I
was
thought
like,
it was. I wish I
"Fuck,
hadn't quite
sad."
done that, but I guess I'm gonna do it
Is
now.
Well,
that shirt
try to order
100%
it.
cotton or is that the
I think I need
mixture?
fucking my.
they're cotton.
I need to
I
talk to
don't
Mike.
know. I
He needs
tore
to
the
fix
tags
that.
off.
Okay.
Okay.
They are
Because
cotton.
I think he
It
got
says
me one,
100%
and
cotton.
I don't know if he made.
So
Made more of them.
Well, it's
Okay, I'll
the
tell you.
dark gray heather. That's, I'm just looking at
It
the.
said the heather was a mix. It was poly and cotton. It said the
Okay.
solid
it might
colors
be.
were
It
the
might
solid
be.
colors were 100%.
It might
I like
be.
to get something with a little
I
spandex.
like
in it.
this color because it doesn't show, because I have animals. It doesn't show
Yeah,
like the hair.
The hair. Yeah, I
It
like the dark
shows it
gray.
like.
Absolutely.
T-Rob
Yeah,
likes
and the
the
one-
spandex to show off his guns.
They just
Oh yeah, they don't make.
He likes
They
to
don't
get
make
schmedium so he
medium.
can show off his
those
guns.
mediums.
No
You know,
mediums.
they did a survey about yoga pants, and 70% of women who wear yoga pants have never done yoga a day in their life, and 100% of men don't care.
Give a fuck.
Yeah.
True.
I was just gonna say, I wear jogging pants and I don't jog. So I'm just-
No.
It's all about the show.
Okay, I'm
But-
trying, Anthony. I'm trying. Like
Hold
the
on.
last time I was on Anthony's show, I was on with him and Zach, and they were trying to convince me I was wrong about the Lafroig. So I'm trying right now. I'm taking a step back and like nosing it.
That's a healthy pour of Lafroy.
Yes, it is.
I didn't realize it was this much, or I'd have done half.
Okay.
Well, take your sip. After you nose it, just enough to, just a little sip, not a. Yep. And exhale slowly. There you go.
I'm picking the chair up, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there is a sweetness there I don't recall there being before.
But
I need
But
a
it-
little taller chair.
and let it grow.
And
This chair is
okay.
hard to move in and
Okay.
out.
And the smoke on it is actually not as
Terrible.
as medicinal as I
Well,
thought it
you-
was.
Even though you get mad at me.
But
Oh, wow.
but let that grow. You need to take another sip, just about the same size, and just let it roll around. And then when you drink it, slowly exhale and just let that smoke and sweetness.
Wow. Okay.
This is more sensual than Eric's ever.
I
been.
know.
This is an awesome tutorial.
But
This is
But-
okay because I got to tell you guys, I've never liked this, and the thing
I
is,
know.
is because of my preconceptions about sort of the medicinal iodine. When I drink this, I drink it really fast. I've never done this before. I've never like slow sipped.
Savored it.
No, I've never savored it. Never ever.
That's your
And
problem.
you know this hits harder than 40%.
Oh yeah. Well, it's
Because
not.
more than 40%.
I think
isn't it?
that select is at 40 or 43. Do you remember?
It's 40. It's at
Okay.
40.
But it should be it should be pleasant, as in the smoke, the sweetness. The sweetness should come in with the smoke.
Right.
You
And when I
should
say
get
it hits harder is I
Lafroy,
get the
Ben.
warmth here
You get that
For a-
little hug.
for
Yeah.
a long time. I get a real
Yeah.
serious Scottish hug right in here.
Good. And I was
Bill,
actually
we're at
expecting
the
you to
we're
make
at
a
the
face.
part of the night
but
where we're on
No, this is
onlydrams.com.
Only drams.
I brought it up. I brought it up because
yeah, I don't have that
Cool.
yet because they went like $179 for that now.
I bought
Yeah,
this when it was under $100, and it's
Wow.
like still like half full.
Now that
Yeah, how
is a
full?
bottle, Brian.
and see
I
now
can do
I'm gonna have to-
Ardbeg.
I'm
I
gonna
can
have to
do
revisit
Lagavulin.
I just poured that.
Lafroig though.
This is the only one I got.
Now
Holy, that's
that's the
apple juice.
original. That's the original
I
Glen
like
Morangi.
that.
Like,
And
I
if
like
you
that.
like, if
feel
you
like-
like that profile,
Yeah.
then you can work your way up. Do not get the X,
America.
Okay.
the Glen Morangi X.
Right.
There's you might as
America.
well just use Jack Daniels if you need a mixer.
Oh gosh.
That pop was Edinburgh.
And
What's
but
the
That
T-Rob,
pot said
that
Glen
there
Morangy that has
is
the tail of cake.
apple juice.
Oh, the
To
tail of
me.
cake. Oh, yeah.
I've seen that.
You want to talk about? I want to talk about
Tail
something that
of
tickles
winter also.
you. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll tickle your innards.
I've seen the
gotta tell you
cake, but
guys,
I haven't tried it yet.
The last time I was on here, like I said, I was on
I
here
got it
with him and
cheap.
Zach, and they both just like walked me through a whole bunch of stuff about what I need to do with dealing with the Lafroig, and that's what I came up here to do. I came up here to like take my time and get rid of my preconceptions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I should love Scotch because my ancestors are from the Highlands. So, it's just been a journey for me. I've never really delved into it other than some of the blends that I didn't like.
Yeah, it's a select. It's a select Ben Demon Hunter.
Yep. I was just going to tell that.
Just so everybody knows, they are finally doing the drawing over
So,
stuff. And
Greg, people say
Finally.
that they don't like it, but when they have the right people to explain to them, like we did last week, about heat and how it is, and what to expect in the different areas and how the peat in the different areas affects things.
Right.
It's amazing. And now that he's talking about that, I may have to pour my carcass, or maybe do the 10 or something like that.
No, but I mean, this is the first time I've I let my biases go,
Mm-hmm.
and doing very small sips, and the nose is better than I ever remember.
Well,
and after the sips, you start to pick out more and more of the nuances of it, and go, "Oh wow, I can smell the sweetness. Yes, there's the peats there, but the sweetness is coming through. Caramel
and
the fruit,
right, the caramel, the fruit. There's some pastry in this. There's some yeasty pastry, and I mean, I have talked shit about this bottle for so long, and so I think I'm.
Greg, Ben, we've turned him to the light from the dark side.
Yes, this portion of Bourbon Neophyte stream is probably brought to you by Lafroig and somebody who didn't like drinking it until right now.
And let me just say, Lafroig does not sponsor us in any way. However, you can reach out to me.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh, you know what else I've gotten in this? And this is. Oh wow, this is really cool because I'm a smoked fish guy.
Yeah,
and I'm getting Scottish lox in this. I'm getting that Scottish salmon, that smoked Scottish salmon.
It's nice and chewy and delicious.
This is the first time I've ever smelled the smoked salmon, the lox, the Scottish lox, and this is. Oh, I could probably kill myself drinking this now.
Amen, Bill. Amen, Bill. Here we go. We are bringing them to the light, to the right side of whiskey. Well, to not be closed-minded, to be open-minded, and accept the spirit for what it is.
That's smoked salmon now. Yeah. I will never hate this again because I love lox. I love Scottish lox, and this.
I guess growing up on, I got into bourbon in the early 80s, and back then you only had a few differential types of bourbon.
Yeah.
Everything was either 80 or 86.
Bill, no, be ready for the NHL kickoff, Bill, because
and then you got used to one thing or the other, and now trying to experiment and go outside is a totally different world.
Oh my God!
Hockey on
quarter
ice.
Cask. James Morgan says quarter cask for me next.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is like.
And
I don't know why I never. I don't know why I never, because I eat lox. Lox is something I eat twice a week.
Well, now go to your cigar collection one night when you get that quarter cask, since you're out of the other one, and try it with a good medium to medium full stick. Bingo! I'm telling you.
Greg McDonald, I'll send you my address if you want to do that. God, that sounds amazing. Because I'm a proofy bitch, so I like higher ABV.
Amen. Amen. See, The truth, the light, the spirit will set you free.
Yes.
Oh my God, this. I don't know why, because like I said, since I was like my dad married the woman that I consider my mom when I was 15 years old. Every Christmas we get like a pound of lox, and so we eat lox on crostini, and I love it. And not once has this ever reminded me of that smoky, fishy flavor, and now I'm overjoyed. God Almighty!
Taylor?
Yep. Hey, James.
You got
JT.
a friend, winter, spring, summer,
But-
fall.
But see, give the man some Lefroy and he just starts singing. It brings it out
All
in you.
you
I know.
got
Did I
to
just
is
come into
call.
Catholic Church all of a
And I'll
sudden?
be
No, I'm
there.
singing James Taylor's song.
You got
Thanks,
awesome.
Catholic. You
I was
got
gonna
a
stand up for a
friend.
second there and sit back down.
The other song, the other
what's
song
funny?
Tim, the other song I really like about him is "Going to Carolina." That's
Oh, I love that song. Yeah.
It's one of the most beautiful songs he's ever done.
You know what,
You know
Anthony?
that
That cast strength
Garth Brooks
Island has a burn to it.
ripped off Fire and Ice.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm going
That
to
little
drink.
riff.
Yes.
Cardes.
Or
Oh, wait,
Carchus. But
Carchus.
wait. Let me see it. Let me see that again so I can say it in Canadian.
Yeah, I'm not up on my Scottish, even though I should.
It ends in sorry.
Oh, that's
Or, I'm sorry, my
Cardias.
Gaelic. My Gaelic.
Cardeas. Sorry, A.
It's Cardias.
yeah.
Adias.
Cardias. Yeah.
Yeah, that's I gotta say it Canadian. Cardias.
Sorry.
Is there a Z in there?
There's
A
a sorry
Zed?
at the end.
Zed's dead, honey.
Zed's dead. Zed's
Zed's
dead,
dead.
baby.
This is
Yeah.
a chopper.
Hey, Eric,
This is a
Put
chopper,
your-
baby.
That's
Eric,
right.
Yeah.
put your information in private chat.
I will-
So
I
can
will,
get
sir.
it to Greg. Yep.
Yeah. That's,
Because
oh my God.
what
Oh,
he
you don't know? It's
what he's
1-800
talking
Dollar
about
too.
is the perfect road for you to travel right now.
Greg has a little bit of scotch.
Yeah, he has a little bit and he has some knowledge. So he
There you
knows
go.
what he's talking about. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to that.
Yeah, he reads the bottles.
He does. He reads it.
Yeah. No.
So I'm going to
How
pour a
come
little of
Jared
this.
like
I
just put
haven't
his
actually
fucking
had
name?
this in a few weeks since
All right,
I did the stream, and I'm almost halfway down on the bottle.
It's in there, Anthony. I put it
Okay,
in.
I saw it. It just popped up.
God Almighty. How did I miss all of this?
Because you were in the wrong frame of mind. You needed Zach and I last week to help you,
God,
and then
you guys
me
really did. That
today
was
to be your spirit guide.
You needed
Zach
these
was-
proctors.
Well,
That's
Zach
right.
was nowhere near as drunk last week as he was tonight, guys. I'm just
That's
gonna
true.
Zach could not have gotten me to this
Oh,
point
God.
tonight
Well,
based upon how he was.
I
But
actually
last
texted
weekend,
him
he
and
was
said-
half as drunk.
I actually texted him while he was on Live Wire and said, "There still is room for you if you can make it."
Yeah.
But he couldn't.
Yeah.
No, dude, he's
he didn't
I'm
make
not
it to
gonna-
the end of Live Wire.
We usually say there's still hope for him.
There's some slammering going on there.
Well,
Gotta-
my nephew liked listening to him last week.
Dude, last week wasn't he not just the like Zen guru?
Oh
of
yeah,
Scotch?
he was in the zone.
I mean,
That's what happens
it was
when you have
me, him,
good
and Anthony
scotch.
at the end. Me, him,
When
and
you have
Anthony at
good
the end.
scotch,
And
Eric,
Anthony
you're
and
gonna
I
see.
didn't say anything. We just sat there and listened.
It's amazing when Eric doesn't say anything, but
Fucking
mean-
A. You're absolutely
Yeah.
right. There's not
Yeah.
a single
That's a
person here
miracle.
who won't agree with that.
I
Oh.
mean, Big
Thanks,
Vic went
brother.
back and replayed that whole part of my stream just because he couldn't believe you didn't say anything. Right, Vic?
Yep.
See?
Yeah.
Man, that was some
I mean,
good
I guess
stuff.
I have to
Right.
replay it
Yeah.
because Eric
Say
saying
damn
nothing is the
Well,
unbelievable.
Vic texted me and he said,
Fucking A.
"Can this be true?"
I talk in my sleep.
We heard it here. Oh, Sugar Kitty. Cheers.
Sugar Kitty.
Okay.
You know it's Sugar Kitty.
Hey,
That's
Sugar
what's being
Kitty.
poured.
Awesome.
Right now.
No, I think I'm where Eric was. Like every time I drink Lefroy, it's like I'm like in a operating table.
Well,
Like-
that's what Eric's
Band-Aid
like.
iodine.
Oh,
Band-Aid iodine. But you know what?
That's exactly.
See, I don't get iodine at all.
Oh, I do.
Scott, do you ever drink? Do you drink any peated?
That's the thing. I now
like
I
like Port Charlotte 10.
Oh,
I
okay.
Drink, Lagavulin.
You like the higher level stuff then?
He likes the more parts per
Shit,
million of.
I always tell people that my very first Scotch was Octomore 8.1.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
like 300.
What's that one called the Laddie?
No,
the guy,
that's the higher level ones because the new ones are all like 130 to 200.
The guy gave it to me as a joke. He thought he was going to make this bourbon drinker like want to spit out alcohol, and I ended up like saying, "Hey, can you give me some more of this?"
Yeah, this is good.
I was like, "This is fucking amazing!" Like,
it is. But let me just say on this Lefroy for Brian and Eric, because I know that they poured it. Did you pour the lore?
Who, me?
Yeah. Did you pour your lore?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
cool.
One of the things I get, even though I get the peat, I get a very sweet bread type note. So think of a banana bread, but forget the banana bread, but that's sweet. Well, that's the beautiful aroma from that malt. It's coming through.
I'm getting a bready note. Like I make my own rolls.
It's sweet.
Yeah,
bread.
It smells like that when I pull it out of the mixer.
That's
it's the cookie. It's the cookie. It's just the what.
I make my own rolls too, but that's just because I'm overweight.
Jesus,
no, it's like
Alex.
I was gonna say I have plenty of rolls.
It's a sweet cookie. I get a real sweet, just
a white
cookie.
Top.
but I'm just saying, once you get that peat and you understand it, now these other flavors come through on this thing. And so, Brian, just in your glass with that little bit that's there, you get that sweet note right off the bat. Yeah, the peat is there. But now you're getting the sweet note. You're getting
my problem with Scotch is 25 years ago, somebody gave me something that was way out of my league.
Bread.
And it was peat. It was nasty. It was not at the right time in my journey.
Ready to go there.
Yep. And so like I went, all Scotch is that, and it's nasty, and I didn't try it until I met Ken.
Yeah.
Ken started it. And I talked with Ken one morning, and he was like, try these, and gave me a list. And I tried them, and I've joined it, and this is wonderful.
Well, I tell this story regularly. You know, Sugar Kitty, since he's in here, and I told him. So he dropped off some stuff to me, but he always talked about a clean peat. And I'm gonna have to drop some off to you, Eric, so you can understand what I'm talking about too. But I couldn't understand it. But until you actually get something that has what they're talking about, so he dropped off a Kilhoman Mockyear Bay.
Oh, I love that stuff.
So it was in some samples he sent me, and I did a stream on those samples from Sugar Kitty, and it was amazing. But the one that I couldn't figure out what in the heck it was, I wasn't sure. I knew it wasn't a bourbon, but I thought, is it an Irish? What is this? Because I didn't know. And then he told me what it was, but also explained that this is the clean peat that he was talking about. And I'm like, holy smokes. So the picture we drew for you last week, Eric, which come to fruition today because it was in your mind.
Yeah.
But just a little proctoring by me, you were able to get those different flavors and appreciate that peat. Now that you've got that in there, you're like, okay, I'm going to enjoy this glass.
Right.
And I'm glad I've got something to sit here and sip on. But
the sweetness is shortbread cookie. There's a shortbread cookie in here. So, and when I taste that, now I've got smoked salmon and shortbread cookie, and they go to for whatever reason they go together really well.
It does.
See, that's where he's talking about. There's sometimes has that hint of Irish. Is where you got that shortbread cookie.
Right, exactly. There's a hint of the Irish in the Scotch, which I think actually the Scotch informed the Irish.
I get that from the Douglas Lang blends. You get like the one that I have, the Meet the Beast, Douglas Lang to Morris. It actually tastes, if you were to, in my opinion, because if you put it by Redbreast, that there is an Irish whiskey. It's not Irish by any means. It's a blended Scotch, but you would think it was an Irish whiskey.
But here's the thing that's really dumb now is I could spend all night just nosing the rest of this Lefroy.
I say that so many times about different scotches, and there's Sugar Kitty. He was just saying, "Holy smokes!" Exactly the phrase. No ash,
no harshness, and there's not.
Well, but he's talking about the Machier Bay and the Kilhoman.
Oh well, there's no ashiness in this, and I've lost. I don't even get the iodine anymore. The iodine's gone.
No, exactly.
I've never got iodine.
No. Well, iodine you'll get Ardbeg, I think, or is Ardbeg medium? Lefroy's iodine.
Essential.
Lefroy's iodine. Ardbeg's meat, like protein.
Yes. Yeah. Meat.
Oh, Ardbeg, I get imitation bacon.
Yeah.
Like if you have the imitation bacon spices,
bacon bits.
It's like
bacon bits. That's it.
It's a protein.
But this I've never gotten iodine.
It used to taste like Band-Aids to me. That's what it used to taste
16
like.
And talk about brownies.
Yeah. Exactly.
Brownies?
Next time you have Lagavulin 16, think about brownies when you're drinking it.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. It tastes exactly like brownies.
Yeah, there's no Band-Aid anymore in this. The Band-Aid's gone.
Yep.
So
because I've separated the smoke from the sweet.
Yeah. Tonight I bought a couple bottles, but one of them is actually Timoris Beastie Meets the Beast. It's a 13-year-old. It's brand new. But besides that, I was reading on the site, and it was out of stock. But they have a Machier Bay cask strength. I've never seen that, so I want to see if I can ever get that.
Wow.
So I have to get Kilhoman for some reason. I don't need it, but I get it.
James Morgan, if that's the truth, then we should just shake our bottles before we pour them.
Yeah,
because that's a possibility. It's a possibility that some of those fatty esters do sink to the bottom. They're going to be a little heavier than the alcohol and the water and everything else. So that's on
my Ardbeg Wee Beastie. I definitely get the imitation bacon.
Yeah, this is the one here I'm talking about. The Meet the Beast.
Hold on. Oh, okay.
Anyway.
The Douglas Lang ones, the limited. Yeah. But I ordered tonight the Beastie Meets the Beast 13-year-old. I don't know.
13-year-old. Well, that's perfect for Halloween.
Yeah.
Friday the 13th, Halloween. All those.
We'll get into this one a little bit later. The 18. You've got the Rock Oyster yourself.
Yeah.
Rock Oyster.
I don't have that one, but
no, yeah.
Wasn't that a B-52 song? Rock Oyster?
Rock Lobster.
Oh, that's right. It was Rock Lobster. Yeah. I thought it was Brock Oyster.
No. But
no, not at all.
But anyway, when you get into these different scotches, particularly the peated scotches, once you really break it down and you can appreciate the spirit for what it is and the different parts, it makes all the difference in the world. I don't blame you, Brian. Pull that cork on that.
Yep. I'm doing a second pour of that one.
You should.
I'm almost done with that heavy pour I already had, because that was a heavy pour. I didn't realize it was that much. And I have to tell you that before my first sip, I was like, God damn, now I've got to drink all this Lefroy. I really did. That was my thought. It's like, I got to drink all of this Lefroy, and now I don't want it to stop.
So now you know. But if you can do a Lefroy, you can do an Ardbeg. You know?
But like I've been awakened tonight to the sweetness and how if you separate the peat away from the other things you thought was Band-Aid, it's not Band-Aid anymore. It's amazing.
It isn't. Exactly.
No.
I mean,
and you kept saying that. You kept saying that. It's not Band-Aid. Yeah. It's not Band-Aid. I was like, it is too. Well, it's not.
And I agree with you. The first times you do it, you get the iodine of Band-Aid. So and as Ben calls it, Band-Aids and hate. But you're right. But once you sit down with people that have got the peat down and listen to what they have to say and start you off the right way and move your way up. Now, you went right to 100 miles an hour.
Right, because I was
me and Anthony have done this many of times when he was on his early show. We would start out low with peat, and as we worked our way up, you're not even tasting the peat anymore. It's like it's gone.
The thing is, I brought this out. I actually brought this out to be a smartass because I told him I'm never going to like Lefroy. It's never going to happen. So I brought it out to be a smartass. I went downstairs. That was just why I said you're never going to believe the one I'm going to bring up. So I brought it up, and then I thought, okay, I'm going to do what he and Zach said last week. I'm going to take my time.
Well,
and I'll tell you what.
Now we're going to actually make clips of this, and Vic's going to put it all over the internet.
Good.
I can tell he's working hard on it right now.
We can sell Scotch based upon me because I hated it. I hated Lefroy. I didn't hate Scotch because I brought another Scotch up that I thought I'm going to bring this up to wash the nasty taste of the Lefroy out of my mouth.
Oh,
that's really what I thought. That's why this is here.
Hey.
I'm going to wash that nasty taste of Lefroy out of my mouth.
I'm going to tell you what, buddy. That is a good bottle.
I tell people who don't drink Scotch but drink bourbon that they should drink that Scotch.
I'm looking forward to that, actually.
I haven't tried that one yet.
It's a bourbon drinker Scotch. It's not the only peat you get out of it is the peat that's in all of Scotland's water. I mean, the water just has peat in it.
There's no added peat. Yeah.
Not right. There's no smoked peat in the Bunnahabhain 12. There's some peat in the water, but it's not smoky. And if you're not in love with Lefroy like I am, then it won't bother you.
That's the one I got tonight.
Which one did you get? Hold on.
Can't see it. Oh, Timorous Beastie, Meet the Beast.
Yeah, I've seen the quarter cast. I just started with the 10 because it was cheaper. Just because that was my I wanted to start low before I spent too much.
Greg McDonald. Yeah. I love Octomore. What I've always told people is I like heavy peated scotches much better than, and I view this as a lighter peated scotch. At least I did until last week when Bourbon Neophyte and Zach instructed me that it's not a lighter peat, it's a different peat.
Right.
So I'm very much a fan of Octomore. I've had an Octomore 11, Port Charlotte 12. I have that. I've got the Bunnahabhain, whatever the Klingon version is, the Achtahach.
Yeah, whatever it is, you're going to cough up a hairball.
Yeah, and so I love heavy peated scotches. It was these that I viewed as being lighter peated and being being too medicinal, and it's not now. And this is I've been a horse that's been broken.
Yes. And that's fine. That's exactly what it's for. So now it opens up another world for you and another wormhole that you really didn't want to go down, but now
I thought I'd never go down.
Well,
I'm gonna head out, guys.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off too. I got to go to work in the morning. So
all right,
Scott. Night, Tim.
Hey guys, see you.
Enjoy it. Take care.
Good night, Tim.
Cheers.
Good hanging out with you again tonight. It was really cool hanging out last night. That's one of the best. Last night on Big Vic, I know a lot of you weren't there. Big Vic's thing last night was, I honestly told him, it's the greatest whiskey tube I've ever been on. And it was all after hours. It was. But it was fucking amazing.
Oh, Vic has good streams.
Vic, I love you, man.
I just wish I wasn't always working.
I've never come away from a whiskey tube and thought, holy shit, I have resolved so many fucking issues.
It's probably because I wasn't on there ripping on you. So
they'd have kicked you. If you'd have been ripping, somebody would have kicked you, man. Last night was not a night to be that guy.
It's pretty deep, yeah. But
we got deep.
Eric, what you got to know is Vic will send you a private chat, and you can just confess to him over, a few drams, and he'll absolve you. You're good. I mean, he gives the people the feeling that they're forgiven.
Now,
when the spirit moves you, depending on how many drams you have, then you're good.
Last night was last night was about what this community really means to people. I'm just gonna say, it was last night's Big Vic. His what was it, a show? Whatever it was the best thing I've ever been on with Whiskey Tube. And I felt like a whole bunch of us, it was cool because there was a whole bunch of us on there. I was like, are never going to be like this. And they all were. Everybody was. There were 11 of us on there last night, and everybody was in tune with everybody.
Can we reach out and hold hands?
If I could, I would, man. Because that's how cool it was. That's how great last night was.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like.
But it's true. The community is great. I mean, the community itself is great. The information is great. The friendships are tremendous on here. The people in chat, their input. I mean, it's honestly, it is tremendous. It truthfully is.
I mean, there's, and I like to say right next door, because right now electronically it is. Right now, right next door, they're doing a fundraiser for mental health.
For mental health, yep.
And they've raised over $15,000.
Yeah. Last time I checked, it was 13.
Well, now it is.
Do you want deep
now it's
thoughts?
15,000.
You guys are all a part of it, mental health in general. So you got to realize that some people come here just to have their mental health at ease.
Exactly.
That's what you meant last night, Alex. That's what you meant.
Yeah, Alex.
That's what you missed.
My therapist tells me to keep coming on here because it's apparently helping me.
Just don't wear the moose shirt.
I wore my moose shirt. I wore my moose shirt to therapy.
Yeah. Exactly. He says, Brian, I can't help you if you know that guy.
You know what, Greg? That's such a good analogy, Greg.
Dude, that's what you missed last night. You missed this whole thing about the fact that for most of us, this whole Whiskey Tube makes us feel better. We come on here when we've had a bad day. And by the time we leave, our bad day is gone.
Or I feel too good about myself and I come on here so you guys can shoot me down a little bit.
Or you've had a good day and you want an even better day.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. Right. And all of those
and
things.
it works both ways.
That's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, just last night, all the people on there, and I was like, wow, we'd have never met each other. We'd have never known each other without YouTube and Whiskey Tube.
That's right.
But I get to physically meet these guys. Well, a couple of these guys anyhow in a couple of weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm not going to be the man that they think I am, but I might be better.
Well, that's the truth. No, it's, and I like the fact that, and that's the other thing I like. We talked about that last night too. The fact that if we're not fucking with you, we don't like you.
It is. It's an absolute truth. I mean, there are some channels like Anthony, for one thing, that we shouldn't come on here and talk about our genitalia and stuff like that. We're
respectful. Yeah.
Yeah, we have respect. We know when to censor ourselves a little bit.
Yeah, and we are a group of people who have people from all political persuasions, and nobody cares because we keep that purposely out of our discussion.
Mm-hmm.
We have something that brings us together, and now I know that there are right-wingers who would go to the aid of left-wing lesbians if somebody was trying to hurt them. That's what I know. I know that there are people on this that because we don't care about what anybody is, we would go fight for you if that's what we had to do.
Canadian Thanksgiving Day.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't
that coming up? Isn't that tomorrow or something?
Tomorrow, yeah.
That's Canadian Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
What do you guys eat for Canadian Thanksgiving?
Moose.
Poutine.
No, it's usually the turkeys, but we don't usually do turkey. My family does Ukrainian dinners.
Are you Ukrainian?
No, but my mother was married to a Ukrainian prior.
Oh, and so she still keeps his food
alive. Because her son and daughter are my half brother and sister are there. Ukrainian. So we do Ukrainian, and we all like Ukrainian meals.
Are they okay? Are they in Ukraine?
What's that?
Are your half brother and sister in Ukraine?
No. They live here.
Okay, I was all
they
wow.
They're like they're in their 50s, late 50s, and that, but they just stay with that. I mean, we all like the food. Like we get sick of turkey dinners all the time. Like,
yeah, I don't like turkey either.
so, I mean,
you got to have it deep fried.
Right.
Oh my God.
I've heard that's the best.
Oh my
it's
gosh.
the only way to eat it because from every portion of it, because I can't eat a baked turkey's breast meat. It's too dry. I hate it.
Yeah.
But you fry a turkey and I'll eat every bit of that turkey. There's no part of that turkey I won't eat. And before
I never heard of a deep fried turkey until I came here. Never heard of it. And somebody said they're going to deep fried turkey. I thought they were crazy.
No.
And I tried it. And I'm like, holy smokes.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
It's supposedly, if you have your heat right, it's supposed to be I'm going to say the word, the moistest turkey you've ever had, man.
Three minutes per pound.
Right. And you wait until the oil is at 400 degrees.
Yep.
It has to be at 400 degrees. Then you drop it in there. It's going to drop the temperature, but before it does, it's going to sear the entire skin onto the turkey. So no moisture is going to escape after that. Yeah. It's the most amazing thing I've ever
And you
eaten.
use peanut oil because it's peanut oil flash temperature.
Right. It's got a higher smoke point, higher flash point.
And then usually 1 or 2 trailers get burnt down a year, but that's okay.
Because people
they don't defrost them first.
Right, they don't defrost them.
Exactly.
They drop frozen turkeys, and man, that bad boy will explode.
It will.
Yeah, those make pretty interesting YouTube videos.
Yeah. I've always thought we should fight against Al Qaeda with frozen turkeys and boiling oil.
Worse than napalm.
Wow, kind of you got to do a pig. So,
oh my gosh, Lilith.
See here in New Mexico, we don't fry pigs. We actually dig pits and we put mesquite coals down in there
and cook them in the ground.
And then we wrap them in burlap,
banana leaves,
burlap, something like that. Drop them down in there, cover them up. And then you go away for like 14 hours, and then you come back and you dig it up, and oh my God!
We put them, we cut them in half, put them on a spit with some wood,
and then roll them.
And then you drink beer all night.
Yeah, well, we bury them in coals and drink beer all night.
Halfway through the night, you forgot you were cooking food, and it was like, I'm hungry. And I was like,
that's the thing. That's why there's not a whole lot of difference between Nuevo Mexico and South Carolina, because we all put whatever pig it is in the way we cook it, and then we drink beer for 12 hours.
Exactly.
Yeah. Sugar Kitty, you're exactly right. Moist for turkey is the smooth of whiskey.
Oh, there we go.
No, it's not.
All right, guys, I'm out of here.
All right,
man.
Cheers.
Tim. You, man.
Cheers.
Love you, brother.
Yeah, no. What? See, Anthony, now that you're on these late nights here, I can't come hang out with you and freaking Scotch talking.
Well, you know what? It's better if I'm giving my spot up so Jim can stay active. I mean, I can flop back to it at any time, but for him and his work schedule on that Sunday at that time, that's 8 p.m. his time, for my time. He can come on stream for an hour or two, you know,
and stay active.
Well, and Stacy might do Sundays.
I think Stacy's going to do Sunday, but it's 3 my time, 3 in the afternoon, which is 6 p.m. her time.
Yeah.
So still not interfering with anybody.
It's not.
What's up, Tats?
So I think it's good for her.
Cheers, Chris. One of these days, well, actually, it's getting freaking cold out. I will have to spark up another cigar with you guys. So on weekends, I smoke cigars now. It's kind of my thing, but it's starting to get freaking cold outside, man.
It is here too. It's 60.
Stop being a bitch.
We haven't.
60 ain't cold. That's short t-shirt weather, Eric.
I know. No, I'm aware of that.
It's 25 here right now, Alex.
25. I would be in freaking Speedos and a tank top, for Christ's sake.
Thank God you're not.
Yeah,
25,
you're not
25
there.
is actually
don't
Only
allow
Mrs.
that.
Moose wants
We
to see
do
that.
not allow that type of nudity on this channel.
Oh, it's like that's almost like too hot.
Even if it wasn't nudity, we wouldn't allow that.
That's true.
I want to see what are we at right now. We're at 1 degree Fahrenheit or 1 degree Celsius. That is 33.8 Fahrenheit right now.
I thought you go smoke the cigar in the garage and open the
41. I'm at 41 right now.
Are you? Well, I can't have a cigar in the garage.
And I had to go outside in shorts and a hoodie.
No, it's
I've not one
we're getting
hangover
we
on
get
a
frost
charity
warnings like
fundraiser.
every second morning right now. It's getting there. Like the leaves are falling off the trees and things are happening.
Not quite that point here yet, and we've had so much rain the last 4 days. I mean, I always tell people I live in a state where only 2/10 of the entire state has water above ground, and we've had like 6 inches of rain in the last 3 days. That's half our yearly rain. That's half our yearly rain. 6 is what we get in half a year.
So you guys, South Carolina, what's the temperatures like down there?
During this time of year,
in November,
the high
Rod.
mid to high 60s. It's going to be mid to high 60s.
So under 20 degrees Celsius, roughly. So
yeah. Sorry.
Okay, that's not that bad. That's actually comfortable weather.
It's very comfortable. Yeah.
Well, I'm just curious because I go down in what is it? The third, fourth, fifth to the 7th. I'm staying there till the 7th.
Yeah, the first weekend.
Yeah.
What did he win?
55 to 69 Celsius is the high, and then 37 to 47. So whatever fuck that is Celsius.
Stanley, what did Stanley win?
On Stuff and Whiskey, he won 2 times.
He won 2 times?
Yeah.
I can't win free air.
Yeah.
Dude, I won last 2 weeks ago on Sean's on Whiskey War. I won a horsey top. Yeah, I won a horsey top, and I won a E.H. Taylor. I've already got 3 people.
Which one? Which E.H. Taylor?
Small batch.
Okay.
I wish I could get the single barrel. I'd like to try the single barrel.
I've only had the small batch. I didn't own it. I just had a sample.
Mm-hmm. You don't know, Brian. You might get something for Christmas.
I might.
Santa might bring you
Secret
something.
Santa. Secret Santa on Livewire.
Yeah, Jeff, you're on Livewire and you're a patron, then Secret Santa's coming.
Ho, ho, ho.
Where's she at?
That's right. That's right.
Oklahoma has had a low of 50 Fahrenheit.
Oh yeah, that's something that no one that ever saw that will ever get out of their mind, Bill.
That's what nightmares are made of.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
I was worried. I was worried that he'd pull it out when he was here in Vegas because, he could go to the pool and I was like, oh, I was going to tell the parents, hide the kids.
Yep.
Hide your kids.
Hide the kids. But what, Eric, what Greg was saying, stuff that he's going to eventually drop off you because I made sure he had your stuff. I gave him your information.
Thank you, man.
Anyway, he has a few bottles and he has sent me some stuff. And so, Sugar Kitty is also dropped off stuff, but it's been an amazing flight and an experience in different style of scotches. So he's going to give you something a little different and then work you to the Highland Park cast strength series. And I still have 3 of the samples left that he sent me right there. And I keep looking at them and I want them, but I know once they're gone because I can't get those bottles that he had sent me. They're just not here, but they are amazing. What's that?
Where does he live?
He's on, I think what is it, Greg? You're North Carolina, South Carolina?
He's
right next to Shane. Him and Shane.
Oh, okay.
Shane goes over. Yeah. I can't remember.
30 minutes from Shane's house, I think.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And they're really okay. So keep going back to this crazy ass Lefroy night. But now that I've drank Lefroy and liked it, this tastes different.
It will.
This
because
Bunnahabhain?
now the peat in there
right
doesn't shine.
There's only the right, but I can still taste the peat.
Yes,
the
you
peat in
can.
the water. But
Yep.
it has now increased the sweetness of this.
I was just going to say that. The sweetness now, boom.
Now the sweetness is overwhelming, but not in a bad way. I mean,
and that's what I'm going to pour next. So I'm going to leave the 53 here in another sip, and I'm going to get to this. But
there are now chocolates in this Bunnahabhain I didn't know existed.
Bingo.
Didn't know they existed. And now there's these chocolates that exist.
Yeah. So like I said, when Greg gets you that stuff, when he drops it off in New Mexico, when he drives by, it'll probably be quick. So have the sweet rolls and coffee ready because he's just going to stop and
I'm always going to say, nobody believes us. Nobody believes us. We can keep saying it, but nobody in the world believes us on these hand deliveries. So I can't wait to see it, Greg. Thank you.
Yep. See?
He's in 7 miles from Shane in North Carolina. He's in South Carolina, Charlotte area.
Yep. So he's just across the border. But then you've got the Buna, but then you get the Bruichladdich. Wait till you go back to the Bruichladdich.
The blue?
You'll notice things that you didn't notice before.
The classic Lottie? Is that what you're talking about? Going back to the classic Lottie?
Yeah, the classic
Lottie.
I
can't wait.
That would be fine.
Ladai 10.
Classic Lottie is a classic drink.
Bill Monteith, I agree with you. I think Buna 12 is pound for pound one of the best scotches out there. The flavors.
I picked that thing up for like $40 plus tax, so it was a little over. So by the time I walked out of the store, it's like $53 with tax.
Never owned Bunnahabhain.
But the thing that's most amazing to me is the difference in taste. Now that I've sat and been calm about drinking Lefroy, this is just even better.
You know what you need to do, Eric? Grab a piece of beef jerky, eat some beef jerky, and keep drinking it.
I don't have any beef jerky right now. I wish I did. It's 11:31. The stores are all closed, and if the further ones away, I'm not driving to.
No. Greg, yes, I'm going to be there. I forgot Greg is around that area.
Yes, he is.
On to Shane's whiskey.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait to be there that weekend.
I know Doug and Fred are going to be there too.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they are.
I'm still there's got to be somebody else shorter than us or our height.
Adriana.
Yeah, I think it'll be
Adriana's
you and me,
about your
Alex.
height.
She's not going to be there though.
Well, my wife and my daughter can watch my dog. If my wife can't watch the dog, then it's just me.
Deli pastrami with Springbank 10.
See, my wife doesn't drink whiskey, and she doesn't like you guys. So I'm coming down by myself. Just kidding. She didn't say that, but she doesn't drink whiskey. She's not going to sit around. She likes being herself, in her own place and stuff like that. So,
but that is good. That Lechig 10 is good.
I was just going to say the name right.
So
Lechig.
Yep. Pick it up. It's one of those that people just kind of it's a 10.
I've heard the name. I didn't know it was spelled Ladaig. So Lechig.
Yeah,
Lechig. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But it's worth it. But now that puts that even when you go to the Bruichladdich, when you go back to that, it'll be different. Just even this one. When you get back into your Octomore, because you have a different appreciation of the peat, you're going to notice different things in those scotches that you didn't notice before.
I'm glad I broke out. I brought the Lefroy up here to be a smartass. I was gonna drink it in 2 gulps. I was gonna drink it in 2 gulps and go there.
It's just like an admonishment from the judge in court. You think you're gonna get it, and then wham! It changes.
I just decided when I got in front of the judge I wasn't going to be an asshole.
Well, you know what happens.
Yeah, you're still that, but you
know
what happens.
I'm not. I might still be that, but the judge doesn't know because I fought it.
The thing, now I went to Octomores. Different, Pete.
It is.
Oh yeah.
But then I go to my Colomans, different, Pete. But Coloman is only like 50 ppm, where I think these Octomores are like 138, roughly. But the Lagavulin, Lafroigs, they've got to be at least between 50 and 80 or something like that. They're not huge, but they are.
I don't yet, Ben, but I'm looking at that bottle.
Wow.
Which Octomore? Oh, the Octomore I just did was 12.2. Bill, it was 12.2. Yeah, see, 306 ppm. That's like just slapping you in the face with Pete.
Yeah, that's a big Pete slap. Blam.
Oh, like wickedly, man. Like I've never tasted those ones. I've got the 11.1, and I think that's only in the 130s and up, not 200 by any means. Yeah. That's craziness, man.
And see, that for me, that's all very much barbecue, and we all have different barbecues. But those are just like barbecue for me, and I love them.
Yep.
You know what? Thanks to Vic, me and my wife have never found something that doesn't taste good out of a pellet.
Yeah, that's the truth. That's absolutely the truth.
We even grilled vegetables like bell peppers and zucchinis and all that shit, man. That's
because those pellets pack in so much more smoke flavor.
We haven't even used Vic. We haven't even used the propane side. My wife.
You need to stop saying you grilled. You smoked.
You smoked. Yeah, you don't grill.
Your grill is when you use a propane or charcoal.
Yeah.
Or charcoal, and it's direct heat. Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, but I gotta watch my lingo up here. Everything's legalized nowadays. So if I say I smoke, they'll be like, "Well, I'm a pot smoker." All of a sudden,
you could say, "I'm talking about in my backyard, the grill." I
smoke. I smoke meat.
Yeah,
and vegetables. Yeah, no, we
on his OnlyFans, and it's only $22.50 a month.
Yeah, but I don't do feet shots.
You should do feet shots.
No, we tonight
only crotch.
Yeah, no, yeah. Mm-hmm. Nobody pays for that one. No, they pay me to stop.
Fuck, Stanley won again.
What?
Shit.
What?
That's 3.
God damn it!
He goes hard. He goes hard.
I'm feeling cheated.
He does a lot.
I can't. I just spent like too much money on the trip, and also just a bunch of whiskeys I shouldn't have gotten in the first place.
All right, I'm gonna call it a night, guys.
Hey, Brian.
Yep.
Cheers, man.
Cheers,
great
Brian.
having you on.
Cheers, brother.
Kilco Whiskey just won a blind Lucky 7 flight.
Nice.
Well, good for him.
Yeah, see you, Brian.
Cheers, Brian. You going on? I wonder if he's going to go on Wednesday.
No, he's only doing once a month. The first Wednesday of the month.
What?
Yeah.
Right now, he's getting his feet wet. He's getting used to it.
Mm-hmm.
I had to order a bunch of freaking sample bottles tonight because I guess Livewire wants us to do a Canadian battle.
Me, Peter, not many, bro. It's only 4 samples you got to send out.
I don't have any bottles though.
Yeah, but you don't need to order a bunch of them. You could order the 20-pack.
Yeah, but I end up ordering a bunch of them just because most people don't get like even see if I send.
So you're gonna send me samples?
I'll send you some new Canadian samples. I have some good ones.
Not peated.
No, not peated. No, Peter White helped me with Ontario Distillers, man. They're like 19-year-old Canadians. Like they're good.
Oh, nice.
I got 7-year-old Canadian from north of 7. They're called too. I sent Shane a bunch of these samples, the Canadian ones. And then this Grain Henge from Alberta, they reached out to me on Instagram. They said they're going to send me samples of their new barrels that are going to be coming out.
How did they reach out to you on Instagram, bro?
They messaged me on Instagram and they said, hey, what's your address? I'm like,
no, yeah, I get that part, but I'm saying how. Like you post a lot of Instagram pictures of whiskeys and all that, or
all the time.
Okay.
Thanks for following me. Just kidding. Just kidding. No.
Dude, I think I do follow you, but
yeah. So I've never had a distillery. Only on OnlyFans. Yeah, I give you the discount rate. You want change back? But no, that's the first distillery that's ever reached out to me and said, hey, what's your address? We want to send you samples of our new picks or new blends that are coming out. And it's like, oh, that's awesome. Sure.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sample's supposed to be blind. Yes, Ben, they are supposed to be blind. We're supposed to be competing against each other. So it's Ben Demon Hunter, Peter White, and
I'll pour some of this.
Donald
and you.
I'm gonna buy Bunnahabhain one of these days.
I'll tell you, this 12 solid.
I've never bought any Bunnahabhain.
Is it the same as a Balvenie?
No. Balvenie isn't peated.
Balveni's like
except
here
for 1 week out of the year, and they call it week of peat. So there are certain expressions that are, but the vast majority of it is not. Bunnahabhain has peat, but it's in parts per million. Let's just say it's 25. So it's what I call a very low peat or a gentleman's peat. Let's put it that way. So if you want to get into peat, that is your step to go.
I don't. I'm still trying to get into Scotch.
Well, then you want a Bunna 12.
Or Highland Park wasn't beat.
But is it the same, like almost the same as a Balvenie 12?
No, it's not the same. However, they're single malt Scotch.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, Vic, this Highland Park cask strength, it's not peated.
Yeah, actually, it's smoky, but
no, it's not.
It's not very light, very light.
Oh, you would never even notice that. I get like a lemon. It's like very, very faint if you would ever smell a smoke in that.
But again, that's a great starter into something peated.
Well, I'm just saying,
the only one I've had is the fucking Glenfiddich 14.
I would say honestly, Anthony, Highland Park cask strength, that's available around you. Like,
yep, I got that one that you have.
So Vic, I would say because you're into higher ABV bourbons, go to Highland Park. Just grab that cask strength one. It's probably around you, like wherever.
What is it, Series 2 or yeah?
And just do that because you'll be used to the ABV or the proof.
Yep.
And it's no, that's not. I wouldn't even call that peated. Like I didn't get that at all. I'm still no.
Yeah.
Octomore though is. Just like
definitely it's definitely good. And Shakiti says it's malt forward with grain and honey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Honey.
Honey.
But it's like me.
When I had the Balvenie 12, I got this fucking tequila flavor off of it. Like agave. Yeah.
Ooh.
Like fucking random. And I'm not a fan. On the Balvenie 12 regular double can.
Are you saying you're not a fan of the agave?
I'm not a fan of that Scotch.
Balvenie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, of the Balvenie.
I got Balvenie Doublewood and Caribbean cask. I rarely drink them now that I have the other scotches. But honestly, Vic, for scotches, like my scotches are all here.
Scotches.
I only, you know what, you can teabag yourself here right now. Anyhow,
Sorry.
just kidding.
Sorry.
Just
yeah.
Scotches.
But I only go to these when I'm with people drinking scotch. Majority of the time, I'm always into my bourbons and my ryes and everything like that. A scotch is something more that you drink when you're having a conversation. You're hanging out with people that drink scotch. You don't, in my opinion, I don't crave scotch like I crave to have a bourbon with you guys. Like, not crave, but it's like a common thing. If I see Vic, if I see Anthony and all you guys, I'll grab a bourbon. But because we're doing scotch tonight, I'll drink a scotch. Like it's a different profile for me. I don't go to those all the time. They are very expensive, some of the ones I have, but I don't drink them unless I'm in the company of people drinking scotch.
A cross-border
I don't sit with you guys
ride.
and drink my scotches until 4 a.m. and kind of thing.
James Morgan, I think we should organize a London scotch drinking trip. That's what I think we should do.
And I agree. Highland Park is very light peat.
Yeah.
So it's that baby step into that realm that works you up that ladder.
And that's why I say the cask strength for Vic, because Vic can take on
absolutely. I'd have no problem.
Vic can drink hazmat.
He said he's going to buy it.
Buy
it. Absolutely buy it. I mean, it's just
about
a C note. Vic is what that Highland Park cask strength is.
But it's a good.
I'd rather get a sample before I actually buy a bottle, because when I got the Valvini, I gave that shit away.
Well, I can send you a sample unless Anthony wants. You can send them. A sample.
I'm going to say I'll put your stuff in chat, Vic.
You got my number,
private
bro.
chat.
I'll text you.
Well, yeah, that's right. That's right. You got my number. Yeah, you can text me anytime.
Yeah,
that's right. I forgot. You get the number. But yeah.
But it like that. Yet again, I go back to the fact that it may not be the profile that you're going to drink every day with us, but you'll drink it when you're with Scotch drinkers. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why I buy bottles.
Thing that like on Anthony's stream, I hardly come on because it's a lot of Scotch, and I have no clue on the shit.
Yeah.
So
and you know what?
I only say
Vic, that's okay.
Yeah.
Just come on.
Yeah.
You don't have to know. I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, I've got enough people not only on the stream, but in chat. They will send you down the right road. Now look at Eric. He is like, holy smokes.
And I swear to God, now, if I won the lottery, which means I have to play the lottery, but if I won the lottery, a whole bunch of us would be going to Scotland. Even you, Moose. I'd even take you.
Thanks.
You'd have to
on a last resort. I'll even take you.
You'd have to fly. You'd have to fly way back in the back. The rest of us would be in first class.
Yeah.
I'd bring you.
Bill, I'm a sweet tooth on my.
He put down a few mattresses for us on the floor.
Yeah. I'll be in cargo.
Hey James, we wouldn't have far to roll,
class
would we?
with the rest of us, man.
Thanks.
I wouldn't do that shit to you.
You know what, Vic? The thing is like you the certain, there's, like I said, you only need probably you need maybe 2 scotches. But the thing is, it's like a Scotch drinker coming into our bourbon channels, like yourself, and that it would be like, oh, I'm gonna go get a Buffalo Trace. You're gonna advise, you know what? There's better ones like this.
Right.
It's like you're going to get a Glen Aleck, not Glen Aleck. Yeah, Glen Aleck, the yellow label. Again, apple juice, 40 ABV. We're gonna say, go get a Highland Park cask strength.
Yep.
It's gonna be. You're gonna go from apple juice to actually really noted, flavorful Scotch.
The thing
I got a sweet tooth.
The thing that disappoints me is,
but this is sweet too.
When I first asked somebody about Scotch, they sent me to Monkey Shoulder. That was my first delving into Scotch, and then I read about Monkey Shoulder, and there's fake coloring. They can put sweeteners in it, and I'm like, no.
Like Dalmore.
I killed a fucking Monkey Shoulder once, but I was doing old fashions.
I bought it. I was
doing old fashions with that shit. Had no idea what it was. I got it because of the fucking monkey on the fucking.
Yeah.
Right, the 3 monkeys. There's 3
But it's
monkeys.
like the
on
same
that
people.
fucker.
It's like the people that love Dalmore. Dalmore is so like promoted as this amazing stuff, but it's colored. I've had it. It's like, ugh, I can't drink that shit, man. Like it's just, ugh, it's too. I don't know what. I can't even think of what it is. I dumped one of mine.
I don't even know what to do now. I have had
Dalmore's got the big antlers
in the last
on it.
hour and a half. I have had a Scotch awakening. I'm like, I may not buy bourbon for the next 3 months. I may spend all my money on the Scotch.
This one here. Where is it? Do I still have it? I may have dumped it.
God, he really is short.
That lot 40.
Look at how short he is. I mean, that chair can't be much more than like 4.5 feet tall, 5 feet tall. Look at how short he is. Look at it.
Adriana could make it up in there without a step stool.
You know what? You know what? I'm still tall enough to put my ball sack against your forehead, so never mind. Like
not if we're both standing, shorty.
You know what? I've had friends that could kick you off this channel right now.
No, you don't. No, you really don't.
I know I don't.
You know Bourbon Neophyte, but he's not kicking me off for talking shit to you like this.
And I don't have admin. That I would.
Oh, I think I got rid of my Glenallachie. Glenallachie with the regular off the shelf orange label. That's just juice. Especially when you come from bourbon, it's just juice.
The Glenmorangie?
Yeah, it's because
very sweet.
The
very,
ABV
very
in
sweet.
that it's too light now after you come off of like high proof bourbons.
Octomore, Port Charlotte's. Yeah.
Oh, Port.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That one's super peated, isn't it? The Port Charlotte.
Well, it says heavily peated. It's not Octomore peated though. Like Octomore's like, and it's same Brooklotic, same distillery, but Octomore's more peated than the heavily peated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But I mean, like that's the thing, right, Vic? Like you come to some of these, like in his chat, you'll have more people knowing about Scotch that I'll ever know about Scotch. Like Sugar Kitty, Greg will know.
Greg.
Like it's just
James.
Yeah. It's like if you even just have to say like you have a sweet tooth, they'll be like finding you like 100 bottles already that will satisfy that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That is on the shelf kind of things. And I know Greg's good with that because Greg, he sends like samples to like everyone, if I'm not mistaken. Like
there are so many flavors in this Bunnahabhain now that I never ever recognized until I hadn't noticed so many things in this until I dropped my preconceptions about Lafroig. It's amazing to me. But
it's an awakening. It is an absolute awakening.
It's so
and
cool.
Once you get that, your next, like I said, when you start taking this travel, and just that Bunnahabhain proves it. That wow, it's like I didn't taste that before. I didn't get that out of this.
No, and I really didn't. I haven't. Yep. I haven't gotten
a lot of scotches to me are those. Remember those little fruit cups that you open up? It's like those pears and the
pears or the fruit salad.
Yeah,
the fruit salads.
Yeah,
with a couple of maraschino cherries.
Yeah, with that
pissed
sweet,
me off when I didn't get
syrup inside.
The sweet juice.
Yeah.
You know what, Bill? I haven't had enough of the single malts here to really give you a definite yay or nay.
I need to send you a sample of the Colkegan. I've got Colkegan. It's made in Santa Fe. It's the grain is smoked on pinon wood instead of on peat. you need to put your information in the private chat too, and I'll send that to you, brother. You'll really like it. You'll really like it. And I've got a cask
Let me
strength.
see if I can get that to work. That's a single malt.
I'm doing a pick of that with
That's
Jason. Oh, that's the one of the cream of the crop. Yeah.
So these, but see, now I would never think of this as a single malt. This to me is like chocolate, and it's like almost like a bourbon or what do you call it? Like, what's not a bourbon? Like not whiskey.
American whiskey.
American whiskey, light whiskey.
Yeah,
whiskey.
American single malt.
I wouldn't drink this and say, "Oh, that reminds me of Scotch." I don't.
No, and that's what I'm hoping. I don't want that to happen. I'd like American single malt to develop its own flavor. I mean, there are some that do the smoking. The Kilkeegan, that guy's very much steeped in Scotch distilling, and so like I said, Anthony, put your information in a private chat, and I'll send I'll send you some cask strength. Kilkeegan, it's so good. It is so good. It's the first really smoky single malt I ever had that I liked.
These here, Eric, you can get them in California, but they're Vancouver Island, like in Canada.
Yeah.
Grain to bottle distillery. This is Scotch. They can't tell it. They can't say it's Scotch, but
it tastes like Scotch.
Oh, you blind this man. This is Scotch like crazy. They have like so many different offerings. But California has their bottles. They're only the only ones. The only ones you can't get this anywhere in the States except for California.
It's Shelter
Point.
Shelter Point. Yeah. Shelter Point, and that's a single malt.
Yeah. Oh, and they have the glass corks.
That's the thing is they're
tough to come out.
American single malts are they pull from Scotch, they pull from China, from Japan, but they're still their own thing. I like single malt whiskeys from the United States. I love Stranahan's. I think Stranahan's cask strength is one of the best.
And that's what I was gonna say. Mike sent me a sample of a pick, and that was the first one I've ever tried of American single malt, and that shit was
cask strength,
incredible.
Yeah, it was
really good. Yeah, they're good.
The non-cask strengths are, I heard, funky, but the cask strength ones are really good. Sherry, yeah. If you like sherry, yeah. I like sherry.
Yeah. We know.
I'm going to give one of those bottles away to my cousin here right away.
The sherry?
Yeah.
Oh, sherry.
He's
if I would show you my bottle, like maybe it's missing that much of the fucking bottle on top.
Really?
I don't.
Are you not a finished whiskey kind of guy?
I am a little bit, but
Cognac,
that one
you don't
to
mind.
me, yeah. But no, cherry one too. But and the port, I like the ports.
Yeah.
But for some reason, that one's like super fucking cherry.
But it's also really
hard.
Yeah.
And it's super dark. The shit is like.
It is. It's really. That's what I was gonna say. It's like really. Thick, like it's like the Driftless Glen ones that Storytime and them did. Like it's so dark and
right,
like it's like thick's not. I mean, thick. It's not. It's still thin, but it's so
meaty.
Yeah, it's a lot to it. Cheers, Dave.
Yeah, cheers, man. Thanks for popping in.
Yeah,
thanks, cheers.
Jump on, bro.
He's going to bed.
He's calling it a night. He's had enough.
Things I do like finished whiskeys. No matter if it's like, no matter what it is, but
No, I agree with you. I like finished whiskeys. I think that some people do them wrong, some people do them right. It's just all about how you monitor when you're finishing. But I like finished whiskeys. I like blended whiskeys. I think blenders are as artistic as distillers are, sometimes maybe more.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So
but that's the thing, Eric. The one thing, you know what tainted that terms of finished and blended is the fact that the say, like, if you're in like the Scotch world, they're like, well, that's not this. Like, you can't, like they get blasphemy basically if it's this, it has to be this way. And
no, I absolutely agree.
No, exactly. But America's the same way. Like, some people say, like, well, that's not a real whiskey. That's finished in this. Like,
right. I mean, but the first place with alcohol, the first place I sort of came into the whole alcohol thing was home brewing. And for me, microbrewing, I mean, there were all these people for years that said, oh my God, it's nowhere near as good as Bud Miller, Coors, whatever. But they weren't used to the extra malts in their beers. They weren't used to the heavier hops. And through time, people became more accepting of microbreweries. I think there's a bunch of really good boutique whiskeys out there. I think there's a bunch of really good boutique cigars out there. And I think it's up to a lot of us to tell people, no, Fuente costs a lot. It tastes good, but there are so many better cigars than Arturo Fuente.
But that's what it is. If you go to the cigar world side of things, like all these new age cigars in the last 10 years, all the bigger companies that have been around forever that are the higher level ones, they're all butthurt because these new age ones, everybody's buying the new age ones.
Dude, the
new age ones are good.
The cigars I buy boutique cigars. I don't buy. I'm not like Mike Stahl. I am not an acid cigar guy. I just don't like them. Doesn't mean
acid has its time and place to smoke acid.
I want my tobacco to taste like tobacco, but that's the same people saying I want my whiskey to taste like whiskey for people who do finished whiskey. So I get it. I've already been a hypocrite there.
But cigars go the same way as whiskey. You enjoy it the way you want to enjoy it, right?
Yes, you're absolutely right.
So an acid cigar to me,
I'm still a hypocrite.
I have some acid cigars, but I also have tobacco.
Tobacco. Yeah,
they're like a coffee chocolate cigar.
No, I know what they taste like.
I will bring some of those to my camp. I'm just out there and I don't want to smoke a $50 cigar while I'm sitting on my deck at the camp. But why I say $50 cigar, because if I buy them in Canada, it's like roughly like a $20 to $50 cigar. It's like
Jesus
crazy
Christ.
At least.
Oh, cigars
That's
are crazy.
insane.
So Eric, I bought 15 cigars in the States. Okay, I buy cigars. I was buying cigars a lot in the States. The one time it got hit at the customs, 15 cigars, it cost me $80 in cigars American.
Oh God,
it was like $100 and something, whatever. I had to pay $400 in duties and taxes on top of those friggin' 15 cigars.
How can that be that you bought $80 or $90 worth of cigars, but by the time you get to where you're at, they're worth $400 more. How is that possible?
I know.
How is that possible? How is that possible? It's not possible. And I'm fine. I love the fact you guys have universal health care. I love the fact that most places have universal health care. But you cannot tell me that the cigars you brought across were $400 more, worth $400 more than they were when you bought them in the U.S.
I know.
God, that
and you know what the sad thing was? A lot of those cigars were like $8 cigars, maybe a $15 cigar.
Yep.
Like, and I was like, what? I was like, holy heck.
Yeah, that irritates the hell out of me because there's just no way. There's no way you can tell me. And I mean,
I just put my address on the private chat for you guys.
So Eric, here's the snag. I can go, but if I go on a Thursday, travel to the States, come back on Sunday. So if I do 48 hours in the States, I don't get any of those fees coming back with 50 cigars. But if I order 5 cigars over there, I get hit with all those fees, and it'll probably be another $200 on top of my fucking.
That's insane to me. That's just
it's
crazy.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I asked them about the whiskey the other day because I went and bought that.
Hey Dan, I just had a sample of your fucking cigar.
That Broken Barrel. It was $45 American. I had to pay $50 Canadian to get them back into the board. So it was like $100 bottle. And I asked him about the 48 hours. He says, yeah, 48 hours. He says, you don't have to pay anything. I'm like, oh, okay. So there's no fees coming back if I do 48 hours there. Who decided that?
But well, who do you care? You know, it works out better.
I want to see, because Shane says when I leave his house, I'm going to be leaving with some very good whiskeys.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be crossing the border at like 1 o'clock in the morning when I come back. Let's see.
You're flying down, right?
What's that?
You're flying down.
Well, no, yeah, but I have to fly out of Minneapolis, so it's just 4.5 hours away from me. So when I come back, I land in Minneapolis, coming back at 8:30 at night. It's a 4.5 hour drive back, so it'll be like almost 1 o'clock in the morning when
It's better than the other one I had, bro.
Get here.
Oh yeah.
Knock your cameras off, Anthony.
I'm got my back towards the screen while I'm looking for something on the shelf.
Oh, I see how this works. It's kidding. But you know what?
Stupid, bro.
What I do want to do is I want to get some more, like, if anybody has access to some older Wilderness Trail picks, that'd be great. I've got the 5-year Wilderness Trail. Wilderness Trail is a good pour.
I just won a bottle from 21090. I think it's a 8-year pick.
Yeah, Shane says he has an 8-year too. 8 years.
I haven't cracked it, but
I've got a 5 years. I got the HBR picks, but
okay, yeah.
But the 8 years are the, I guess, newer ones, I guess you want to say. Those are good because those guys are actually like some kind of
I'm about to go in.
Scientists or something like that. Like they actually develop their own yeast strains and shit like that. Like
that, yeah.
Oh, they do. They have a guy on there that his doctorates is just because of that.
Yeah. Have a good night, Sugar Kitty.
There's Bourbon Neophyte again.
Cheers. Sugar Kitty's gone. Have a good night, Sugar Kitty.
Anthony, how do you pronounce your last name? Maglicho?
Dan, Deathless Dogs.
Yeah.
What do Deathless Dogs do?
No, nothing.
He just bought a bundle of Jaw chocolate coffee. One.
I think Shane was telling us last night, or not last night, the night before,
Friday,
something about he has a brandy or a rum distillery where he lives. If he could set it up if he wanted to go and check it out.
A rum.
The
rum distillery, yeah.
See, I can't get into rum. I tried. I have some 10, 12s, and 15-year-olds, but
I've never had a rum, especially those the four squares that everybody talks about.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, they're fucking pricey as fuck.
See, Mash and Journey did a rum or a rum. Yeah, they did a rum.
Oh yeah.
I didn't go on it. I didn't get on it because I didn't really, but it was cask strength.
Yeah,
bro, like high cask strength.
Yeah. I think it was wasn't it a Rye 3? That
Rye 3, is that what you said? No.
yeah, it's the same. There's the same company that did their first pick, the Rye 3 pick.
Oh, okay. But it was like, yeah, it was an actual rum. We can go to the stores around here when you come. They have pretty decent variety of store picks, especially this. Oh, thanks, Greg.
What's it
Hey,
called?
Northwest Bourbon. Cheers. Greg, that'd be great. That's a couple of people are asking me in Canada here is like, you're muted, Anthony.
How about now?
There we go.
There you go.
McKenna 10 doesn't suck, but the batch makes the difference. But unfortunately, you don't know until you try that batch. So like the batch I have is from maybe 2 years ago. So I've got 2 bottles and it's a good batch, but doesn't mean that that's going to be on the shelf where you are. But for the most part, for a 10-year at about $50 or less, and that's all I'd pay for it. It's a good bourbon, Bill.
Kate, answer me this then. You're talking about McKenna 10?
Yep.
Why is it so different? It's not a single barrel. It's a batch.
Each batch is just different because it's the profile, but not all of them are hitters. It's like Eagle Rare. So you've got
you called me, Anthony?
What's that?
You called me? I got a missed call from you.
Dial. Because I was making sure your information was in my phone.
Butt dial.
So Anthony, I'm asking more on a basic level, because say if you say Elijah Craig small batch.
Yep.
Okay. Usually the 94s are relatively all the same.
They are.
But why is McKenna 10's batches so different? Because I've heard people say that they absolutely are horrible, and I have people say that they're absolutely amazing.
It's just that batch. It's just like a single barrel from E.H. Taylor versus the small batch. The small batch is just more consistent. The single barrel, some of them are absolute greatness. Other ones are not. So go back.
But McKenna 10's not a single batch, so it's batched though, isn't it? It's like
it's just the way it is.
It's not single though, right?
But I'm just saying it's hold on. Let me grab the bottle.
I don't have one, so I don't have one to look at.
I have them. I've got a couple of them. They're just here. They go. I gotta go. This.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I'll be right back.
Yep.
So it's bottled and bond, so it's at least 100 proof, but it's 10-year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's a single barrel.
Okay, so that there just says it.
It's a single barrel. Let me show you. It's a single barrel.
Yeah.
So they vary differently.
Yeah. So that's there. Now, if it was batched, it's
bad choice of words, batch, barrel, but it's the barrel that does it.
They are single barrels, right?
Yep. They're single barrels.
Yeah.
So single barrels, that makes sense.
On 12/22/10.
Yeah.
And I've opened this one. I drank one. I opened the second one. The third one I got still on there. But they're decent pours.
I'm curious if you take one that you absolutely hate, pour it to a bunch of friends, and see if it actually transfers across the board that it's good or it's not that great. Because you know how taste varies. And like the ones like even Nick Proman was saying, he says he had 2 amazing McKennas, but 2 also sucked. And so I'm wondering if those 2 that sucked were great.
Crack it, Bill. Don't give a rat's ass about what others people say. Crack that sucker.
No, because if you get your head stuck in that this is gonna suck, you're gonna convince yourself it's gonna suck. But what does suck mean? I've got all my American bourbons here. I could go through a bunch of these, and they're all going to be different, but there's not too many that I would say suck. Like, I wouldn't use the word that they actually were unbearable to drink. Like, I haven't found one that's unbearable to drink yet.
That happens, James. But that coffee's
Canadian
always whiskeys
I've found definitely, but
Slapshots in Virginia, Bill.
Yeah. You know what? We were talking about what do I have in here? I'm gonna do some redemption. I'm gonna go to a bourbon.
Nothing wrong with that. Go. I'm still working on the Boonhaven.
No, it's because we were talking about the earlier in that. I got the high rye 10-year.
Isn't that what Jim finished?
No, he had the rye 10-year.
That's right. It was the rye. I knew.
Adam got me this one. This is the one that everybody wants. Is the 10-year high rye bourbon?
Yeah, I can't see that bitch anywhere.
Yeah, Adam found it. I don't know. No, sorry. Adam didn't find this for me. Bourbon did.
Oh, Bourbon found you that bottle?
Yeah, because I won the Sherry G bottle. The what's it called there? The one the distillery by you guys.
Jack Daniel.
No. The distillery by you guys there. The long not Sherry G bottles.
You mean
Smoke Wagon?
Smoke Wagon.
I won Smoke Wagon on Bourbon's channel the night that Sherry G passed. We all got the text that she did. So he wasn't, instead of shipping me one bottle, he asked me if I wanted a couple more bottles just to do a shipping. And so he found me a clear bottle of Smoke Wagon so I could just drink that one, and then we could do an anniversary or whatever with the other one. And then I got the high rye bourbon and then the old Granddad 114 because I don't have that. I couldn't get that anywhere. So
that 114 is good stuff.
Kennedy.
Merca. You know what? I do respect these bottles though. These are cool little bottles.
Yeah.
They're like almost like a hip flask.
They are
that concave.
Yeah, that little
big hip flask.
10.
But that is a good portal though. That 10-year high rye it's a good portal.
Hi guys.
Hey.
All right, Greg. We will see you. Cheers, brothers.
Cheers,
Thanks
Greg. I'll see you in 3 weeks. See you, Greg.
Cheers, Greg.
I'll see you in 3 weeks.
So what happens to you? You don't take control of your puppet. I'm just saying.
That's true.
So Vic, you can get picks from El Cerritos too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in that same area too. It just seems like there's such a big deal.
He does good picks.
Yeah.
I mean, like, the guy does good fucking picks.
That's Jazz, right? Or whatever.
Yeah.
I have a Jazz here too, but he doesn't do good picks. Doesn't even know what whiskey is.
Mm-hmm. What time you rolling into work tomorrow, Vic? Today?
I'm unemployed, bro.
What?
Yeah. I got laid off last Wednesday.
How the hell can they do that when everything's still backed up a mile?
I have no idea, bro. They laid off 47 drivers.
Holy shit, didn't know that. And you might have said it, I just missed it because I pop in and out of your streams. But wow.
Yeah, I'm taking a little vacation now. So fucking I need to spend time with my family.
I'll take the whole vacation now. I understand. Yeah, because I know it's not like there's lack of work. I don't understand it.
Oh no, there's work.
No, there's
It's just,
so much work.
I think my company fucked up. They dropped the ball on a couple things, so the main contracting company just cut them by half. So that's why they had to let go of people. And that was one of the ones that got. I mean, like they let go of fucking good ass workers and fucking milkers, and they would just went straight down the list and fucking chopped people like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like if I really wanted to, I could get a fucking job tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, California has a good system, so you'll be all right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I might even. I was thinking even going night shift.
Really?
Second shift.
Yeah.
I've done it before. I mean, like, but
You can't drive prices up if you can't fire people who are. That's my problem. There's so much supply back behind on the backside of what Vic did, but you can't keep prices elevated if it's moving as fast as it was.
Yeah.
And I got to say, I don't believe corporate America cares about us as far as
Nick.
the prices.
Well,
they do because they can say it's a shortage.
It's not. It's an artificially created shortage.
Yeah.
I understand the COVID thing stopped a lot of stuff, but
yeah, COVID's that's so far
COVID didn't
gone.
stop us.
No.
COVID never stopped us. The only time we got stopped was when the companies that we were delivering were shutting down. But besides that, we had work. I ran the 2 years with COVID thing.
Yeah.
Nonstop.
Yeah. No, I absolutely. It's a facade. It's a facade to keep us all feeling like we're not, that we owe corporate America something.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, but they like even where I work, like we really look into the fact of either firing somebody. Like we have a lot of steps now before firing people.
Right. I mean,
like a lot of steps we've added to our policies now because we don't want to lose people because we have like 90 jobs available right now.
Yep.
Like it's crazy. Like what Vic's going through right now, I couldn't even imagine a company saying layoffs. There's so many companies. We have 4,000 job opportunities from the Manitoba border all the way to like 7 hours away to Thunder Bay from Manitoba. Nobody's applying for jobs right now. So why would you want to get rid of people? like I couldn't imagine that.
I can't either.
Like I just got myself into a committee for employment and training to to train people for employment because there is probably about 50 companies right now. There's going to be 10,000 jobs available with 4,000 people to hire.
Yep.
You're going to be able to set your own salary, basically.
Yeah.
That's
with that kind of demand, you can set your own salary.
Like people, like you'll say, what are you looking for a salary? You'll be like, 80. You'll be no. They'll say, well, the salary's $80,000. I'm like, well, I want 120. They'll be like, okay, we can do that.
Yeah.
Like, well, that's good.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
That would be great. That's for sure. But it's just the way things roll. It just isn't happening.
It is an employee's world right now. And the sad thing is there's not employees that want.
They don't want to work.
Yeah. And it's not unless you guys are still doing relief funds. We're not.
No.
Mm-mm.
So where's the employees? Where did they go? Like they're not making money. You can't tell me social living is freaking paying you more than what you do working.
No.
Wherever it's called, like we call it social services, but whatever it is in the States. But
unemployment.
Yeah, you can't tell me that money is more than you'd make working. Like
no, but it's not taxed. So kind of what you get is very close to what you were making after taxes.
Right.
So like when I got furloughed during the pandemic, what I was bringing home clear over $4,000 a month.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah. To sit here.
Yeah.
But my salary, and then plus that's not including the federal government, what they kicked in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just because of my salary at the time, that's my unemployment. And then you were getting, I can't remember, was it $1,000 or something like that from the federal government? So
yeah,
I was actually making more to sit at home. And then at that time, if you had a legitimate reason, you could refuse to go into work and continue on unemployment. And they had to hold your job because you had a legitimate reason. Like, for instance, I didn't do it, but my wife has an autoimmune disorder. I could have sat at home and collected that money for almost another year.
Yeah.
Because until they got the vaccine and they started, with that, I could have sat there.
You know what? We locked down in Canada where we had to sit home, work from home off our computers. I like don't get me wrong, getting up early is I'm fine with it. I've always done it, but I like getting up to go to my office to go to work. Sitting at home is not the same in my mindset. Like I like to get up. Like, yes, I get up at 4 a.m, mind you, but I go to work. I'm there by 6:30 in the morning, and it's my job. I'm there. I'm not dealing with the dogs. I'm not thinking of my home life stuff. I'm there working. Like I'm up and going to work. Like it's a different mindset.
All right, guys, it's time for me to go to bed. But
yeah, I'm going to end it here in a little bit. But you know what? I'm glad you had a good breakthrough on your Lefroy.
I did.
Yeah. And you appreciate now the Boonhaven.
I had a really good one.
When the stuff when Greg comes by your place and drops off those samples, you're really going to see something different.
Yeah.
But now there's no reason for you to hold back on things.
No.
Because the experience is what it's all about.
Tonight was an awakening. So.
Yep. And if Zach would have been awake to hear it, he'd be really happy.
Good night, Neophyte.
Yep.
Good night, Moose. Later, brother.
Later, bro.
Thanks, man. See ya. But it was good. I mean, truthfully, what we said last week, it truthfully was. Oh, Lilith. Yeah. Cheers.
Good night.
All right. Good night. I don't blame you. Close your eyes. Take a nap.
Turn around.
But yeah, like I said, once I broke that barrier on the Pete, that was it.
You know what?
My palate accepted it, and I could go right down that road.
Yeah.
It's not a problem.
Yeah.
And it is a breakthrough. It truthfully is. I got what he was saying.
Before I got into whiskey, I stopped drinking for like 2 years because my body just lost the taste for I was drinking beers, right? Now I just lost the taste for it. I couldn't handle hops and the taste of it. So I like a good, you guys don't get them, but a drink called a Caesar. It's like Clamato and vodka and Worcestershire, but
it's called micheladas over here, bro.
Well, you got the gelatos, yeah, but I couldn't, if I tasted the alcohol in it, I was just like, no, I'm out. It wasn't the same. All of a sudden, of course, COVID hit, right? And I told my wife, I'm going to try getting into this. It took me a week or two to get my palate to not have this just burning whiskey taste. So, and then months later, I started diving into Scotch. So just prior to that, my cousin that I'm going to give one of those bottles to, he's a whiskey. He loves Canadian whiskey. But although I gave him my my Angel's Envy pick, very expensive pick, but I gave him that. He was like blown out of his mind because he went always this Canadian whiskey, and I gave him that one bottle from America. Holy Christ, he was just like, so he's bugging me now to come back here because he's seen my collection, right? And the peated side of it, I started just, he gave me a peated Scotch that a friend of his gave him, and it was the grossest thing ever. I couldn't even swallow the Scotch, man. But then I got into whiskey and I started drinking it. And once I started getting a palate for bourbons and that, I went to try to go back into Scotch. I started like noticing things in it, right? And it wasn't like when you're never drank it before. It was, I've already know notes. So there was already notes in it that you were used to with bourbons and American whiskeys that you're getting out of the Scotches. And you started getting them, and the peat was different, but it wasn't off-putting. I started enjoying it. And then I just sadly got into Coloman more. And now I got like 10 bottles of them.
Sadly.
He's like, I like Brooklock, don't get me wrong, but the prices went outrageous. So that's just
yeah.
Colomans are better priced
with a lot of stuff.
I'm done. I'm out. Have a good night, guys.
All right,
Vic. Vic. Have a good one, man.
Thanks for popping on, brother. Cheers.
Yeah, bro. We'll keep in
cheers.
touch. Cheers, y'all.
But that's the way it is. I got out of whiskey in general for a long time.
Yeah.
And got back into bourbon when I was rehabbing after rotator cuff surgery in 20. And then I started rolling. And then when the bourbon really got to be hard to find, I just turned back around and saw the Scotch. And I went, it's here. That's good. That's good. That's good. The next thing I know, boom.
Yeah.
And I find more Scotches than bourbons. But like I said in the beginning, the FOMO shit for me, I don't give a rat's ass. I mean, I passed up a little book, chapter 6.
Yeah.
It's not much more than I paid for the one I got up there, the 5.
Yeah.
I haven't even opened any of them. There's 3 Bookers and a little book sitting up there. I haven't opened them. So, and I've tasted I've tasted a couple of them, and I'm like, they're okay.
Yeah.
But I think they're just pricing themselves out.
They are pricing themselves out for sure. Even in Canada. So I can still get Bookers, like reasonably newer releases, for the $78 to $85 range, which is okay price. But little book up here is like $150 and up. And I'm like, why is it so expensive? Like, why am I going to pay $170 for a little book? Like, I want to know why would I pay that? And I don't. That's why I don't have little book. But the Scotch world is interesting because I like Douglas Lang stuff. I do. I will buy Douglas Lang stuff. That's like tonight. I bought the new release, because there's the Meet the Beast, There's Beastie. I bought the Beastie Meet the Beast 13-year-old age stated one tonight. Yes, it was $140 Canadian, which is about 120, less than 120 American. But Douglas Lang has never not produced. It's been good. Every one that I have has been good. Yeah. The thing is that because now that I'm going down into South Carolina to meet everybody assumes I'm going to be bringing back a ton. Like, you got to realize, I walk into liquor stores there, I'll be like, holy shit, I want that, I want that, I want that, because I can't get any of those, right? Yeah. And they could be like, I'm not going to do that, because I got to cross the border to come back.
Then you got to fly, but you got to fly back with all that.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe 2 bottles or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, like I got Gold Spot's going to come back with me because Shane bought me Gold Spot. Well, I mean, I bought it, but he got me Gold Spot. And I'm sure there's going to be other bottles I will be paying for, but so be it, whatever. But like this Coloman stuff, I like Coloman, but I got to get out of, when I see one, I got to buy one, because if I don't have it, that I've stopped. But I seen tonight I could get Loch Gorman. I almost bought it, but I didn't. I did buy 2 other whiskeys, mind you. Mm-hmm. I bought a cask strength Alberta Premium that I haven't been able to get. And
now I have one. I have an Alberta Premium cask strength. I haven't opened it yet.
And I bought that Tim Morris 13-year Beastie Meets the Beast. But I just shake my head because I don't have room anymore.
Well, like that's where I'm getting, and I'm starting to, drink up some bottles, and
exactly.
I'm making room, but now I'm going back to some of these bottles that I haven't touched in 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, and it's like, what the hell have I been leaving it sit for? Like, I can't tell you the last time I had a pour of this.
Yeah,
it's open. I can't tell you. So I will visit that this week and a few more that I've already visited, and I will prepare another stream and, do the same thing and see. But, why aren't these in my rotation?
Well, that's the thing. Like if you actually think about it, we all jump on bottles, we all grab bottles, and we do our thing. But why are we accumulating so many bottles? What's going to happen? What?
I don't have the FOMO. That's for sure. I don't have it.
I'm never going to drink these bottles empty.
Yeah.
Like I got Remus 5.
I haven't
that's
even
my
opened
second
mine.
bottle of Remus 5. It's 3/4 full. I don't drink it. Why am I not drinking it if I liked it so much?
Well, no, I got it. I mean, that's exactly what I said.
Is somebody going to give me $2,000 for this bottle?
This is a good bottle. Yep. This is a good one. I've had one pour out of it.
Yeah.
And I can't remember when I opened it, but I know it's been 6 months.
Yeah.
But I've consumed one bottle. This is the second bottle, and I've got the third bottle on the shelf.
Yeah.
But why haven't I went back to it? I don't know. I've got other ones. And
that's what I mean.
I still probably have 6-8 bottles I haven't opened.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, say that McKenna 10, for instance, you get the ones that are the same batches and everything like that, or same single barrel. Yeah, so you get extras. So the extras sit. But why aren't you drinking the original bottle that empty? When you have extras that, one could be vaulted that you don't touch.
Mm-hmm.
But why are you drinking the ones that you're not vaulting? That makes no sense.
None.
Same as our scotch. I mean, I understand what the Scotch say, like Berklotic, when you have, what's his name, who retired. I can't think right now, but Berklotic, the
Classic Lottie.
no, but the distiller,
Isla Barley.
the distiller. His name's like on in my head.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Anyway, that's what
anyhow,
happens.
he retired. Yes, everybody says, "Oh, well, these ones aren't the same," understandably. So you take the ones that he did, shelf them, but the ones like you're liking them, but they're not the same. Why don't you drink them? Because they're going to be offered all the time. Like there's, his name's going to come into my head when I'll be talking. Be like, but whiskey doesn't go bad. It doesn't go bad with time and air, but you got to watch those corks.
Yep.
But what I did find out,
bad.
what I found out about the corks, if you have low proof, don't use the low proof to wet your corks because it will cause like deterioration of your corks because low proof is not strong enough to take away like bacteria and stuff like that. Your higher proofs will eat your corks away, so don't touch your corks with your higher proofs. Let them be. Don't
let them be. Let them be.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I think they go flat a little bit, Ben. That's why I wanted to make sure I got rid of this here real soon because I was down to, the bottom there.
See, that's what my 21 is for Redbreast. It's like way down at the bottom. That's why I figured, you know what? I'm going to drink it because I got a full one that I haven't cracked. It can stay there and hidden all the fucking rest of my life.
Because you've had it, you know what it's like.
Yeah.
And that's like my Lagavulin, the Offerman, the Guinness. I've got two. I've got one, and now I'm about. So I've got to work on that. So I will, and but now I'm not really worried about that bottle I have back there because now that I've tried it, I've had it, I've got to enjoy it. I've savored it. I've indulged many times. Guess what? That fear of missing out.
They've already done it.
It's done. But I have a bottle of it. I got a bottle coming of the latest Offerman. I'm going to try that. And as long as it's good, that's great. I'm going to drop off to Stacy a sample for her husband because I know he likes them and they're just not here yet. So the next time I'm in Ohio, I'm going to drop him off one. Yeah. So, yeah. Yep.
No, it is. Like, we stockpile these whiskeys like
excuse me.
And they're not, we stockpile store-bought whiskeys. That's the thing. Like, they're not like they're one-offs. Like, I mean, certain picks, yes, are one-offs. I understand that. But when you're buying off the shelf regular bottles, they're not one-offs. There's like 40,000 bottles in some of them, and there's like even 3,000 to 6,000 bottles is a lot of bottles actually to a certain market. Like if you were to go around to all your stores, like all the stores, I'm meaning the hillbilly store down the corner somewhere where you never would think you'd ever go to. Why do you think people are finding dusted bottles that have thick, you can write your name in dust on them, and it's bottles that everybody right now are thinking that are the most amazing bottles that are worth 10 grand. Like, because the internet market hyped it up so badly. I agree. I gotta go to the washroom here one second.
Go ahead. But I actually agree. I mean, but some of the stuff anymore, it's just the way it is the way it is. And we just got to roll with it. But I'm not going to let things sit on my shelf anymore. I'm going to put things back up in my rotation. I am going to start pulling stuff out that I just haven't touched in a while. I mean, I've got stuff over here that I haven't touched. Some stuff are backups that's sitting on the shelf over there. But I still have bottles over here not opened, just not opened. So I'm going to try them. I'm going to go to it. I'm going to go back further back on the shelves, bring up the ones I've opened, and I'm going back. Excuse me. I'm going to go back to them because I didn't buy them to leave them sit. So I might as well do it. And again, exactly, Ben. I mean, why? Why did we do that? Why did we leave them set? We like them. They're there. They're not a drain pour. But like I have up on that shelf, I've got Bardstown Discoveries 1, 2, 3, 5. 5 I was never a fan of, but I did go back to it and it definitely got better while it sat. But I've got backups for them. Drink down the ones I've got open. Now I've got backups. I just don't know what it is. So, and some of them, like I said, that's the reason that this thing is they're just scary good. But why did I just put them in the back of the rotation and haven't went to them? And literally, they have dust on them.
That's the thing. I save them. It's whiskey. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Like, we got so hyped up on these bottles could be worth something. But are they going to be?
They're worth something because we bought them.
Yeah. But like the secondary market makes it feel like these these bottles are going to be like the saving grace of your retirement, for Pete's sake. Like, it's like,
well, that 2021 you're talking about, that's the Lion's Fire. Oh my God, that is delicious. Right. Yep, I've got it. It's down here, but I got it. It is delicious. So I have the
come on there then, Paul.
I have the new Offerman one coming, so I should have that here in about 48 hours. So I'm really looking forward to that.
And Paul, if you really want to crack that, come on right now. We'll crack it because I've already cracked mine. Aaron's.
And that's what I'm doing. But you're right. But again, why did I push those back? I have no freaking clue. And to say I forgot about them, I've always known they were there. I've just grabbed other things. Like I go back to this one. I haven't had this long, but I'm already done with it.
But you don't here. I'll give you a perfect example of the way whiskey works. This one here. So I went Minnesota, the International Falls, a little town that's like 5 seconds away from me. I went to another liquor store that they had there because I had 4 of them, thinking I'm going to search it out. So some people may think, oh, you know what, this and that, whatever this Broken Barrel cask of Amontillado. Yep. I looked at this and I started reading really reading it while I was there. I was looking, they had like 4 different offerings, right? And I'm like, this is like 12-year-old whiskey aged. Okay, great. 5-year-old Kentucky. Okay. Then you read on the label, it's distilled in Indiana. MGP. Not the Kentucky side of it, but the 12-year is MGP. Anyhow, this is freaking good stuff.
I've had a couple of different Broken Barrels, and one.
This one. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It's just like this is tasty. $45 bottle. So most people go into a liquor store that are collectors and they'll see these high price bottles and they think they're amazing things, right? Like they'll buy them. That $40-something bottle. If I told that lady there, I said, if there was more than just the one, I would have bought more than. now that I taste it, I will buy another one of these. Like, this is good.
Good is good. That's what it comes down to.
This is not a hyped bottle. This is not, like this won't be like $150 bottle in the next 10 years that ever will be, but it is like really tasty compared to anything I've tasted. Like,
oh yeah. I've had a couple of them. And matter of fact, I took one up to camp, and a couple of people up there, they really liked it. So I left the bottle with them, came back a week or two later, and they're like, oh my gosh, it was so good, we drank it. I go, that's fine. And I only paid, I don't think I paid $25 for the bottle.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like,
I don't think
that's
I paid
where
$25 for the bottle.
Hey,
Speaking
Paul.
of $25.
Cheers, guys.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
Here, I'll grab mine.
That's the Lion's Fire. Dude, you got it. Honestly, that's a good pour.
Well, I'm gonna do a fresh crack on your channel because I haven't opened it up yet. So,
I'm gonna dig mine out now.
There we go. Which
nice.
one's yours? 2021, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. That's it.
There it is.
Yep.
Let's
there
do
it is,
her.
baby.
Oh yeah.
I mean, me and see, I don't have much out of this.
Oh, I do.
Me and Anthony have. Anthony had it before I did, and then I grabbed it. I only had like one pour out of this, so let's do a second pour out of it.
Oh yeah, I'm going to.
Why not?
That's it. I said I wasn't going to have another one, but because he came on with his, it's like, all right.
Hey, that's what I said to him. He's got to get on then, because if he's going to crack it, because I can't get on to Anthony's streams any other time because I'm usually waking up in like 3 hours. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving, so it's all good.
That's right.
I just have to eat food tomorrow. That's my job.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
But we only have the salad. We only have to bring the salad, so it's all good.
Oh yeah. And that's not until later on in the afternoon, right?
Yes. Like 4:30 maybe. 5 o'clock.
Perfect.
So I haven't, no. So Paul, are you used to peated scotch?
That's all I have on my shelf right now. So I've got
good.
a Lagavulin 9. Now I've got the 12, the 16, and I've got a Ardbeg
10
Beastie, and I've got the Ardbeg 10.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
once you have the 10 though, the Wee Beastie's good, but it's like
so
that extra 5 years, night and day.
The Whiskey Fancy sent me a sample of the Ardbeg Black. So I kind of want to do a Ardbeg blind and do the Wee Beastie 10 and do the Ardbeg.
You'll pick that 5 like now. Like the difference between hot and cold coffee, you'll know. The 10 is just so much better. I don't even own the Wee Beastie, but I've had it, and they said, "Okay, you like it?" I go, "Well, yeah." They go, "Then go right to the 10," and that was Ardbeg.
Yeah. So Lagavulin, to me, your first sip of it will be sweet right away, and then not sweet, and it goes. Well, there's always a fruit. I can't tell the fruits. I always say fruit cups, pears.
This has the best malt note that Brian was talking about, and Eric was talking about, and I was talking about. I go, this is one of the ones in particular I could nose all day. It's just, this is so good.
See, and what makes this valuable is the fact that it's cast strength.
Yep.
Yeah, I've never had Lagavulin cast strength.
Yeah.
Wait until that bottle gets a real good chance to open up, that you'll pour another pour out of it one night, and then get it to the shoulder and just leave it set for about a week, 2 weeks, whatever, and go back to that. And wow. Yeah. I've got enough space in mine. I've been pouring little drips in there because now I can't find another one. And then when the ones I found, they went over $200. It's like, forget it.
Yeah, mine was 150.
Well, that's a good price. Yeah,
I paid 124 for mine almost a year ago.
But 150 still 150.
150. I would drop 150, but I'm not dropping 200.
No, 200 is no.
No.
But that's the thing. Like these ones are where I get them is every April we do these limited, whatever they call them, some kind of releases that my province does. And they like you can't get them all the time. You get a list, you're guaranteed a bottle, but you have to pick which bottles you want. Some of them are $3,000 bottles, some of them are $200 bottles, some of them are. So you just pick the ones you want. Donald Ranch usually gives me the ones that I should get, and I grab them. These were the ones, Lagavulin and then the Oban.
Oh, that Oban Twin Foxes is wonderful.
Yeah. I prefer, if I'm not mistaken, the Fox over this one. I think that's what it worked. But still, this is good. Don't get me wrong.
Have you guys had the new release of the 12-year?
I have that coming. The Offerman. Are you talking about the Offerman?
No,
it's not 12-year.
No.
Those aren't here yet.
Okay.
The 2022.
Yeah, I haven't seen those ones.
Yeah.
I'll see those in 2023. Because this one I bought
customs.
This one I bought in April of this year, which is the 2021. For 2022, I bought in April. So. Good old Canada.
But I like my Lagavulin. Now, the Oban doesn't have the peat kick that the Lagavulin does.
Yeah.
So if you like peat, but you don't want this heavier peat that's in the Lagavulin, then you'll like the Oban.
Yeah.
If the Twin Foxes are still available. I don't see them anywhere anymore.
No. Yeah, no, there's a lot more cast strength scotches that are coming out now.
I think it's kind of catching on from the whiskey.
What was that, Paul?
I just said I think it's kind of catching on from just all the whiskey cast strength hype.
Oh yeah. Be right back in a second. I'm going to fill up my water glass.
Yep.
Right.
No, it's kind of the way it is. I mean, understandably though, most like if you were to go to a high-end Scotch club or high-end Scotch peoples, like a group that sit around drinking Scotch, it's usually 45 ABV and under, like your 40s and stuff. That's what they think Scotch should be, and they think the cast strengths are like almost blasphemy because Americans, the way they drink their whiskeys, and it's like I beg to differ because I get more out of the higher ABVs than I do. Like Anthony and I talk about this all the time. 46 ABV is like the limit. 45, 46. Anything under that is like juice. Like it's not the same. It's like you don't want to drink it. It's you get some notes out of it, but it's like
right, kind of just watered down.
Yeah, it's like too much. It's like
because I told my uncle's into whiskey, and I told him for me it was easy to kind of like move from bourbon to Scotch because I was used to drinking stuff from 115 proof and up.
Yeah.
So it was easy for me to go to 80 proof, or 85 or whatever,
Yeah.
if you don't like the smoke, I understand why you don't like Scotch, but it's not because it's like, wow, that's, too much heat or whatever. That wasn't the problem. So
yeah. No, Dustin. Cheers, Dustin.
Yeah, definitely.
Dustin in a while.
Seen him in Kentucky.
Well, that's the thing. Like these, this is a good bottle, and then the other one. So this was sitting on your shelf.
I hadn't opened it yet, just because I still have the Lagavulin 16 and the Lagavulin 9.
Yeah.
But I kind of wanted to open up because that's another blind I want to do. I want to do the 9, 12, and 16.
This is the other one we're talking about, the Foxes. Open 12.
Yeah.
So it was a release at the same time that came out.
Okay.
This is a cast strength as well, 56.2.
I've never had any of the Oban.
That was my first. That was my first Oban, actually.
Really?
Yeah. Donald Rance told me about they call it. I think they call it the Antique Collection. The Liquor Control Board does here, and he asked me if I was on it. I'm like, no, I never heard of it. So I went on it, got the list, and then I asked him, well, which ones to pick, because like I said, there was like $3,000 whiskeys on there and stuff, and I'm like, I'm not paid for that. And he told me these two, so I went after them. And I mean, they were probably $150 to $200 bottles at that Canadian at that time.
Okay.
But I got them. I mean, I don't, like I was telling everybody earlier, I don't drink Scotch every time I'm hanging out with people. I only drink Scotch when I'm hanging out with people that drink Scotch.
I'm on that kick still too.
So most of my Scotches are pretty full still and everything else. Because everybody I know mostly drinks bourbon, like American whiskeys, right? And stuff. Although I do get to I bought my plane tickets to go to South Carolina. I'm going to Shane's house for the slammering.
Nice, dude.
For the first week in November 3rd or 4th and 5th is this slammering. And then I'm there from the 3rd till the 7th. I'm staying at his house, so I don't have to pay for hotels and stuff like that too, right? But I'll actually be in America, so I go to Minnesota, but I'll actually get to meet people.
Are you driving or flying?
Flying. Well, I got to drive 4.5 hours to Minneapolis, and then I fly to South Carolina, and then.
Are you being able to take any bottles back with you, or?
I will. I'm only allowed really after 48 hours, 1.14 liters, which is not even 2 full bottles. But I will be bringing some back. I'll probably have to pay some fees on some things, but we'll see. Because I'll be coming through. My flight lands in Minneapolis at like 8:30 at night. And if I don't stay, I haven't decided that yet. If I'm going to buy a hotel room for the night and then leave in the morning, or just travel and come back at like 1 a.m. through the border. I'll see. Sometimes coming back at 1 a.m. from the border kind of can benefit you. This is like no traffic, but we'll see. I don't know. I haven't decided that yet. I just paid for it yesterday. Oh, not yesterday, 2 days ago. I talked to my wife and was like, you know what? I got to get down and hang out instead of being on virtual all the time. And she's fine with it. So.
And you picked hanging out with Shane Long.
Shane and Friday at Fred's. Fred will be there.
Oh, shit,
Doug will be there.
Oh, yeah.
T-Rob's going to be there.
Yeah.
Greg is going to be there. Greg and McDonald.
Okay. Yeah.
Like it's going to be very interesting. Like they're all going to be. Slapshot's coming down too.
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
Are you going to be the only foreigner?
Yep. Well, I'm mostly always the only foreigner. I think there's only 4 of us: me, Peter White, Ben Demon Hunter, and Donald Rans. I think we're the only Canadians. But yeah, it's. I mean, sadly, I guess Mike Stahl and them are doing something.
Oh, look at this. And he's got his
Joe.
seatbelt on. He knows he's got to be prepared for this stream.
Yeah, Driving Joe.
What's going on, beautiful people?
What's up, man? What are you doing up at this terrible hour?
Driving a terrible distance to get back home from a pretty badass concert. It was rocking and a rolling and a rolling and a rocking.
Oh, good.
Nice.
Where'd you go?
Elton John.
Oh.
No,
where at?
I thought you were gonna say Celine Dion. I was like, I would have stayed. I would have stayed the night. No, we're driving.
That was actually pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this: I saw Celine play when the Coliseum opened. I was just in the right place, the wrong time, or at the right time rather, and got free tickets. And I wasn't going to go because that meant I had to go home and come back to the Strip. I'm like, I hated that, but I did it. I was surprised. That was a really good concert. I mean, wow. They didn't spare any expense.
It was at Levi's Stadium. It's the only reason I would ever step into Levi's Stadium, that 49ers Stadium. There's no way. I have to baptize myself when I get home.
I bet you will. Yeah. And you weren't feeling good for a few days there, and
yeah, no, I'm still not feeling good. But you know, I gotta spread that love. Spread the love. Somebody spread it to me. I gotta spread the love.
It wasn't like you felt when you were doing the blind with Mashbill.
Oh man, it was funny at the end. Remember, because I gave him an extra bottle and I told him I was gonna only tied me.
Mm-hmm.
And we were in the background and we were getting ready to hang up the phone. And I said, oh, I mean, let me tell you what do you have in that bottle? I said I wasn't gonna tell you, but that was just for the thing. I said, Liz, and I pointed behind me, and then I shut off the camera. And he's like, "Wait, you know you did." And I never came back.
There you go.
But I could see I could see his reaction. I should have filmed it. That shit was hilarious.
Yep. Well, hey, it leaves him wondering, right? He's still wondering what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too. Exactly. No, I forgot.
I forgot. It happens at our age, Joe.
Yeah. But I did give him a hint. I told him that ADHD did a flight with it once, and he was surprised that he picked it number 1 out of the flight. Mm-hmm. He did it live.
He did it live? Yeah.
He did it live, and he had 4 whiskeys, and he picked that one number 1, and he was like, what the? There's no way I thought I would have picked this number 1, and he picked it number 1.
Now you're making me think. Did he sip it on the stream? Yeah, right?
Yeah.
He opened that bottle.
He did a blind flight with 4 different bourbons, and that was one of them. And he picked it number 1. Yeah. And he was like, man, I would have never thought I picked that number 1, but it's hella good. It's really good.
It's really good. Well,
I don't know if he ever did an actual review on it though. I don't think he has the bottle. It was a sample blind flight.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but I don't want to say I think I know.
How you doing, Paul?
Cheers, bro. Congrats on your tie.
Miss you, man.
Yeah, he tied. Can you imagine that? Someone tied him on his stream in a blind?
Shocking.
Come on. I can't believe it.
That's a new experience.
It is. I'm shocked. I just think it's because Joe's palate was a little off because he's got that bug.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite right where it normally is.
So there's an asterisk at the tie.
Yes.
I couldn't really. Everything tasted the same. I mean, I'm not saying I couldn't taste like flavors, but it started like for some maybe it was the medication that I was on.
No.
But because I was drinking a lot of NyQuil honey. So it was like a honeyish strawberries and cinnamon and nutmeg powder. Like it was just like all kinds of weird stuff going around. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah.
And the last bottle, which I was going to pick as my favorite, but I was thinking he wants me to pick that as my favorite. So I picked a different bottle. And I ended up picking the bottle that he wanted. He wanted me to pick. Fuck.
And you picked it?
Yeah. I picked that bottle, but I picked it at random, not because that was my favorite. Number 4 was my favorite. I picked 3 because I was just like, no, I think he wants me to pick 4. I'm just kidding. I didn't do that. I could have though.
Well,
Nah, I probably did it. I was high. I was high.
On NyQuil. That's right.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
On NyQuil, Tylenol, all kinds of stuff.
But I thought it was an enjoyable stream. I did.
Appreciate that.
I thought it was good. Yeah, no, I did. I thought it was good. I thought it was good interaction between you and Stan, but also the chat. I liked it. I was at work, but still, I thought it was good.
Well, I appreciate you jumping on, man.
Yeah. Well, no, not that one. I'm sorry. That's right. That was last night. I was like, no, wait a minute. I was just on that one. I'm thinking of the.
Are you on
I was thinking of a different stream, and I go, oh no, wait a minute. I was on that one, so boom. Anyway, sorry, but my palate is getting a little blown after what I've had, but I'm enjoying this Lagavulin 12. I still get a good maltiness on this nose. I just love it. But it would be better if it was a Springbank 25, but I don't have that. But I know somebody that does.
How much do those run?
Oh God, I
wouldn't even know.
Yeah, you don't even
Dustin's talking about it.
And Dustin's not going to tell us, but he's not going to tell us. But I can tell you, if you can Google it, you'll see and go, yeah.
It's not pretty.
We'll live vicariously through him.
It's going to be that one of your kids will not be going to college.
Yeah.
So like $100.
I think that bottle's like $1,800.
That's what I'm just going to say. It's way too much, and he beat me to it.
Yeah.
It's way too much, and he already beat me to it.
Because I think Jazz has one in his display case.
Really?
Yeah, but there's no way I'd pay that much for a bottle.
No.
I think the Lafroig 25 going for 700 or 800 over here. I'm trying to think.
Well, that's reasonable though for a 25 year.
No.
That's still a lot, but I've heard the same thing. But it's like, whew.
Does that come at a cash strength, or is that a
I can't tell you because I just looked at the price and thought, whew, I don't think it is cast strength. I think it's 43 on the 25. I could be wrong, could be 46, but no cast strength. I'll say that. Mm-mm.
Anything
Oh,
cool
wait a minute.
lately?
He said, Dustin said Lefroy 25 is cast strength. I can't say that, but I'll believe Dustin. I'll believe Dustin for that. And it probably would be worth the 800, but I'm not going to pay it. Yeah, not going to pay it.
There's a higher priced whiskey out there. You know, for in the tens of thousands of dollars for a 25-year at $700. Shoot, I think that's a pretty good deal.
Well, you're not into peated scotch, though, are you, Joe?
Not at all. That's why
not at all.
A good deal bottle.
Hey, I finally converted Eric tonight. So if you just come to church, Joe, I can bring you into the light.
Yeah.
Take me to church.
That's right. I can.
I feel like that with you with Dickel.
No. That even gave me that gave me the Whiskey Mountain shimmy, and it had anything to do with good whiskey.
As long as one of you guys can convince Anthony that Long Branch is a great whiskey.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Not going to happen. It is nowhere near great. I did concede it's not horrible. It has its place, but no, not for me. Yeah. Not for me. Not at all. Definitely not for me. I tease Hanging AZ about it, but yeah, it's just not my. It's definitely not my. It's not in my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
I mean, he wrote the book. He wrote the book. It's not my bag, baby.
It's not it. It is just not it. I can sip on it. You know, it's not something I want to drag my tongue across the floor with to get the taste out. No, but it just, I don't know. I just don't quite like how it is filtered through that mesquite charcoal. And there's not enough proof to it, no viscosity. And I don't think it has a lot of flavor. I just don't. What is it? 84 proof or something like that? 86 proof? I forget. I could dig it out. It's literally in the back there somewhere, and I think I'm just going to leave it there. But yeah, it's just, it really isn't my jam. It just isn't. And I went back to it a couple of times and re-reviewed it. I just can't do it. Whoop. He popped out. Well, it happens. Lost his feed.
So Lafroig 25, 400 and 500. That'd be great. That's like $700 Canadian, mind you.
Yeah.
And you guys said
I'm telling you, it just wasn't there, Ben. I mean, you might like it if you can get someone to give you a couple ounces to try it, see if you actually like it. I just think it's missing the mark. It is soft, it is mellow, and for lack of a better term, it is smooth, but it's just not for me. It just isn't. I have no problem in letting somebody, and not to being rude to them, but giving it to somebody that's new to bourbon, to give them a different experience, because it's
then give them the good stuff.
And then, yeah, my opinion, like Alex said, give them the good stuff. you know. But yeah,
This
yeah,
is what it. This is
it's
what it
not
could
good.
get to. This is what it really is. You probably do mellow corn and get away with it better.
Probably would be actually. Now that you said that, mellow corn probably would be better. But I've never.
I always see Long Branch in Canada, and I've never tried it. Never bought
Yeah,
it.
I've never tried it.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting some hickory, like a good, just like a deep hickory, almost wood hickory kind of.
Eater. What are you talking about, James? Are
On
you
the
talking about me?
Lagavulin?
Yeah, just this last sip that I had, it just tasted just a big, just. It was enjoyable.
It is. Well, wait till it opens up. Wait till it opens up. Like I said, get it down past the shoulder. Sometime this week, pour yourself another glass, at least 2 ounces. Get it to the shoulder, pop the cork in it, and just leave it set.
Ben, I would say pour 2 pours. Pour Long Branch and then pour Wild Turkey 101. And then to give that new person the aspect of the variance of whiskey.
Wild Turkey 101 beats Long Branch hands down. Hands down. That Long Branch is shit compared to
James Morgan. If we could get whiskey shipped from your area to us, we would be all over that. But in Ontario, we cannot get anything shipped in unless we buy a case of it and pay the duties and taxes on top of the case.
There you go, Dustin. Exactly. No, you believe me, Long Branch, other than the name and Eddie's name on it, yeah, it's bleh. That should be pretty self-explanatory. It's lackluster. It's shit.
So you guys can order from Scotland and Ireland and that. We can't. That's a shitty thing.
Well, talk about hockey equipment and inflation. That's Slapshot's area, not mine.
Well,
but yes,
hockey is expensive. Yeah,
very.
I would hate to be a goaltender. Goaltenders pay up to 10 grand just for their equipment.
Just put a couple of couch cushions
being a
over me.
goaltender.
You wouldn't want to cut short on some of the equipment on a goaltender though when the puck's coming at you at 100 mile an hour.
He loves it. He loves it. He lives to get hit with that puck.
Oh, I used to too when I played hockey. I used to, and
he's 7.
No matter what. So when I played hockey, the backside of your equipment didn't have equipment. So you can hit in the back of the legs. There was nothing there. There was no padding, and it sucked. But there are certain parts of your equipment that you get hit with a puck.
You don't even know.
The front part of your equipment, some of the parts are more of a novelty and they are actually a protecting device, like your jock strap, your skates. You get a puck in the skates, man. Oh, you cannot stand back up, man. It just kills your feet. Oh, it's so bad. Yeah, but you get a puck in the jock. Yeah, I'm sorry. It stops it from wrecking what's behind the jock, but you're off the ice. You're off done. The ice.
What about a puck in the grill?
Well, I mean, are you talking about if you have a mask on?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's still right in the face.
Well, right in the face, you're done. You'll have the NHL smile from the 80s. But we used to when I played AA hockey, the traveling hockey, and that I only played till I was 15, 16 years old. You still had full masks, and even getting a puck in the head, it like legitly rang your fucking ears. Like it was like it shook your brain. like because they're coming at you freaking fast, man. Like some of those guys are just shy of NHL when they're doing 100-mile-an-hour pucks at you, right? Like, and you catch one. But when you got to NHL, there's no masks, right? And that's why you got all the beauty smiles. I've had shin pads that I've slid down in front of a guy taking a slap shot, and he cracked the plastic of the shin pads, like he basically almost shattered them. Like it was so hard, like it spun me. I slid in front of him, caught it, and he spun me, but I cracked my shin pads. My shin pads were done after that. Like I broke ribs hitting hockey nets, sliding in because I was a defense player, sliding in to stop a goal, and then the net doesn't move as fast as you want it to, and it knocks the shit out of you, and you're not breathing anymore for a while because it knocks the wind out of you. It's like, whoo. I mean, Slapshot continues playing, but I don't. I can hardly remember you guys' names. Never mind, remember my own.
He's a freak of nature, man. To be, I don't want to say that old because he's not. He's not.
No,
old.
He's only a few older than me. But I mean, I just never had. I could go play. We don't play rollerblade hockey though here. We don't have the. He plays rollerblade hockey in between seasons. We don't have that here. Like you're legitly not playing anything all summer, and then you go back into winter. And
if it's not ice hockey, no one's playing it.
We don't have, like, we should have those kind of things, but we never did.
Like the courts to play street hockey.
Yeah, you're still like, because you're going right from ice hockey and you're on street hockey, and then you go to ice hockey again. Like there's no like skip. Us, once April, May hit, hockey's done.
Like all season.
August, and you start going back in your tryouts and everything, and then you gotta get used to the skates again, and your feet are aching because you haven't played in like 3-4 months. And then, but in Manitoba,
can you hear me?
They go, yeah, we can. You go from hockey season to lacrosse. You play lacrosse, and then you go into hockey season after that. So you're always.
Hey, Alex.
Yeah.
Did the coach ever say, "Hey, kid, it's not that serious. You don't need to break your ribs on the goalposts"?
Not when I played. Back in the day when I played, they give you a shit for the fact that you broke your ribs because you can't play anymore. Like, what were you thinking? I don't know. Stop that
son,
one.
It's just a game.
Well, that was back. That was back in the day when they were smoking cigarettes in the change room and drinking freaking whiskeys, like, and giving you shit. You guys are no good. You guys suck ass, and just yelling at you. And like, no wonder why we have low self-esteem now. Like,
the coach was like, "Hey, don't let this game kill you, kid." He says, and Alex said, if it kills me, then that means I'm dying. I'm gonna die for the game. He goes, that's what killing you means.
Yeah. That back.
I messed that all up. That was from Thor. Remember that?
Yeah. That's back in the day when the parents
the power of the sun
yell at you and freaking insult you and everything like that because you lost the game. It's like, holy Christ, man! Like, you guys used to smoke while we were in the freaking cars for the 4-hour drive with the windows up. Like, we can't breathe. Like, can roll a window down, man. Like
tough love.
Well, it's back in the day when they put their arm out if you were in an accident to stop you because the seatbelts weren't doing shit.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely right. I can remember my mother doing that to me when she hit the brakes. The hand would come out.
Yeah.
The original hotboxing with kids.
Yeah. Like,
in a
you guys are
Pinto.
smoking. Like, there's 3 of you smoking in the car right now. Roll the fucking window down. Okay. Spilled on a bicycle that nearly popped a nut, but neither actually lost one.
Just
Oh,
just understanding that, James, just makes us all sit up straight in the chair.
yeah. As long as you can still count 2, you're good.
Yes, yes, yes. Without a doubt.
I'm gonna go snag my Ardbeg 10. Have one more
Yeah.
pour with you, gentlemen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ardbeg. How far did you go, Joe?
Just 7 hours out
Oh, only 7. Nice.
to see Elton John for about an hour and a half, and back on the road.
7 hours back.
Did you go with the wife or are you by yourself?
No, I'm with the wife. She's taking a nap.
Oh,
She's got to work in the morning, and we ain't getting back until like 4 in the morning.
Holy.
I got you. Well, that's nice of her to let you drive, isn't it?
She allows me once in a while.
Hey, I understand. I mean, you got to take advantage of it when you can, Joe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She hates it when I'm sitting passenger and I have my imaginary steering wheel up and I honk the horn all the time.
Yeah.
Honk, 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 honk.
Keep hitting the imaginary brake, slamming it down.
That's funny. I'm honking my horn. I can see you doing that. I can actually picture it in my head. You should just put a button on that side so you can actually honk the horn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
You guys get anything new recently?
I got a gold spot.
Yeah, he's the lucky one.
I got a Willet Purple Top. Well, actually, I snagged my second one, so I opened up the 133 proof yesterday and had a pour of it.
Oh, nice.
It's a lot better than the Old Kirk.
I'm sure it is.
Yep, me and Stanley did a review on Tuesday night of the Old Kirk, so I got to put that out probably tomorrow or the next day.
Nice.
Old Kirk.
It does.
Kirk.
That's definitely Willet.
Yeah, I go with what you were saying when you were over here. It's definitely like that single barrel that it kind of fits the Old Kirk profile, but it was, like Shane and Top Dog said that they did a side-by-side blind of the Willet Purple Top versus the Old Kirk. They said the Old Kirk blew it away, but opening up the 133 proof Willet Purple Top yesterday and having it for the first pour, I was like, man, this is so much better than the Old Kirk, but I haven't compared them side to side. So just kind of.
Well, I've got the Willet, although I think it's a little bit better than the Old Kirk, just by a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, that's at 100, and the Old Kirk is at a higher proof, right?
The Old Kirk is like 127, at least the one that I have. But they're pretty much neck to neck, and I've got I was able to grab 2 purple tops this last month. So the one I've got 127 proof purple top, and then the one that I opened is 133 proof. But
how were you able to snag 2 of those?
Well, the one is because I'm in part of their bourbon club at a local spot, and they're like, okay, we got a case dumped. you don't have to spend any of your points on it, but we're going to raffle it off to the people that come up and get a ticket. So I was able to buy one, and the other one was just off of Facebook. Another place here in Cleveland, Tennessee was doing a dump, and they posted it on their Facebook page. And so I drove 10 minutes away and snagged another one. So and that's been the first time I've ever seen kind of something like that happening. You know, it's not like every year. I know that this, you know, this time of year, stuff like this is popping out here and there, but I've never seen it in the last, you know, 2 or 3 years that I've been into bourbon. I've never seen a Willet Purple Top just, you know, a case of it get dumped. So
no, not at all.
This was the first year. Oh yeah, Top Shelf Dustin with the 17 year. Nice, dude. Yeah, there were three. I paid $300 for the purple top. So it was the most expensive bottles that I've purchased.
I was gonna say I've seen them for around $350, give or take.
Yeah,
but I'm like, it's good.
I've never seen it for that price, so I would have snagged one up for that price. And if you ever see him, Anthony, sorry about that, Anthony.
That's all right. Stanley, Anthony.
Well,
as long as you don't call me late for dinner, Joe, we're good.
And Stanley's on my mind right now. I hope he's okay.
Oh, that's so nice of you.
Emotional damage.
Yeah.
Emotional damage.
So how's the truck riding, Joe? All right?
What?
How's the truck?
I have a car. I don't have a truck anymore.
I thought you got rid of the truck?
Yeah, I got rid of the truck, and I bought me a little car.
And you fit?
Barely. I mean.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. And you fit? Oh my gosh. Did you pick up the Charger or the Challenger? What'd you get?
I picked up an RS5.
Oh. Okay. I'm looking at the seat behind you, and I'm like, "What did you get?"
I don't think it shows.
I can see the silhouette when you moved. I'm like, "That's not a normal seat." So I was like, "What are you doing there?" Yeah, that's all right. Mm-hmm.
I'm just eating my pork ends.
Oh, dude, I seen that stuff on Instagram, bro. I'm jealous.
I shouldn't be eating them. My doctor would slap me in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since Vic got me into the pellet smoker.
So those were smoked. Nice.
Oh yeah. About 3-4 hours.
Yeah, you can't.
But I will tell you what. He popped out. Well, that's what happens.
That's what happens when you're on live TV.
Yeah. But tell you what, the Lagavulin for some reason tonight is very buttery to me.
Yeah.
I that's what I was getting off the nose. I was like, wow. And I couldn't peg it down, but that's
so what we say that is think of a banana bread, the sweet smell, but get rid of the banana. So that's the malt that you're getting off of that. And then the like I said, for me tonight, it was that sweet bread, but very buttery and creamy. And I'm like, oh man, that's really good. And I'm surprised because I was at Lafroig before this. And so I wasn't sure how it would come out. Well, actually, that's not true. I went to Lafroig, Boonahaben, 12. Then you said you were going to open that. And I'm like, oh, I'll get it. And then Alex is like, oh, yeah, I'm going to get mine. And so, yeah, extremely, extremely buttery and viscous. Now, like I said, I don't know if anything else had anything to do with it, but it was more intense than I recall it being.
See, that's like one. So the next time you hit that Lagavulin, you should try it for like the first time and see how it affects you. To be like, yeah, this.
I just haven't had a very first pour of it in quite some time. I've had pours of it. I've had it with Ken because he's got it, and I've had it with him. I'm like, ooh, that's good, and I would just reach down and grab it, but it's not been the first pour. Period. Yeah. I mean, it may be sometime this week, but I know it's good. But I have other ones I want to get into, and so that's what kind of I'm doing this stream on is, stuff that for some reason you just push to the back. It's not that it's bad. It's just that you pushed it to the back, and it might be 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, who knows, since you last grabbed it. So I went, like I said, I went back and grabbed my Glengoyne 12. I'm like, holy smokes, why did I wait so long to go back to this? I mean, it was December of last year, the last time I think I sipped it. I'm like,
right,
wow, the legend, the 18 was like, it's phenomenal. What am I waiting for? I don't know, but we've all done it, and I'm sure you've got a few bottles you literally just haven't touched them. They're not that they're bad, you just haven't went to them. So I'm going back here this week, and I'm going to get into a few more bottles and see what I think and pick up 1 or 2 of them and say, okay, this is one of the ones where, why did I do this? Or why did I not have them in a normal rotation to where I can reach and get them? And even my Bardstown, the Discoveries that's sitting literally right up there. I can't tell you the last time I drank a Discovery. I can't. And what's even worse, the backups are right next to them. So when I finish one, I just slide it over. So go ahead and finish that first row because I got the backup.
You ain't going to miss it because you've got another bottle right there.
But why am I waiting? I opened the Sweet Wheat a while ago, so I have that in 1792. But I have the 12-year. I haven't cracked the 12-year in the 1792 yet. Haven't cracked the foolproof. Haven't cracked the bottled and bond. Why?
See, to me, I had the Maker's Mark cask strength sitting on my shelf forever, and it was down past the neck, so it was pretty full up. And I mean, I don't even remember when I had gotten it. And one night I said, you know what? I said, why am I not drinking this? And I poured a glass, and I was like, man, bright red apples. I said, and now it's gone. I killed the bottle. That's how good it was.
Maker's 46 cask strength is right there.
That's another one.
My last pour will be this.
Well, you've got the Founders, Alex. I can't get that, but I have the bottled. I think it's the bottled.
I can't get it either, except for this young gentleman underneath me.
Alex has got connections.
Yes, I got connections.
Where is
the border doesn't like my connections, but I got connections. You know what? I didn't even go. I went over there this weekend, and I didn't go to my cousin's to grab the rest of my bottles. I know that sample and all that's sitting there. I've got like 60 samples sitting over there right now.
This is good.
Which one's that one?
Oh, yeah.
Cask strength.
Yeah.
That's what everybody fell in love with Chattanooga was that bottle right there.
Well, my wife picked this one up for me when she was in Florida in July because it's not out here. And she couldn't find the Founders. But oh my gosh, it's good. So I've got it to the shoulder. I mean, I've had a couple of pours of it. I just stopped drinking it. Why? I don't know.
I find it interesting that their corks are all cork.
They are.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was a gimmick at first when I grabbed it. And I realized, nope, it's all cork. It's a nice seal.
Yeah. No, it holds it. I can lift the whole bottle up with that cork.
Yeah.
Like,
but
it's like all cork.
Yeah. It's a nice cork on there, and I'm not worried about ever breaking. So
I always see it like, it's like we always have something on our shelf. It's like we want different. It's like, okay, I know this is good, but I know that there's other bottles out there that are really good. I'm going to try this. And like, I got into the Jack Daniel's single barrel proof phase for a while. It's like, man, that's all I can drink right now is this. That's all I want. And I was going through bottles, but I'm just sitting with all kinds of really great bottles on my shelf. I've got a Henry McKenna 10-year that we really haven't touched. And back in the days, I was killing those bottles. So
yeah.
I mean, I went through one, opened up my second bottle, and got the third bottle to back up to the second bottle. I stopped. After I finished the one, I had maybe one pour out of the second one. I just had it out, and I stopped.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know. But
that's the thing. Like, why? We were talking about this earlier, Anthony. It's like we sit back and buy these bottles and then never drink them. Like, we drink like one pour out of them. It's like,
if we open them at all. Yep.
Yeah. And it's like, what are we doing? Like, why are we, what's the point of buying them? Because we're not flipping them.
No.
Like, we're not holding them for retirement.
I guess we're saving them in case Fred Minnick comes over and we need to impress somebody.
Maybe. But there's Bookers sitting up there I haven't touched. There's Wellers that never touched my lips. Wow. Never tasted a Weller's. I've got it sitting up there. I've got Michter's 10.
Oh, wow.
I haven't tried. I've got Alberta Premium. I've got a Glenlivet. I have a Jim Beam Distiller's Masterpiece. Haven't touched. I've got
Baller. Cheers.
I've just got so much stuff I just haven't touched.
Yeah. It just...
Hey, cheers, man. Must be getting off work.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Oh, I'm not staying on too much longer.
Yeah, well, Paul jumped on, so we'll be on for a few more minutes. If he just wants to jump on, say hello, have him pop on. So what the heck? Speaking of him, here he is. Bam.
Oh,
how are we all?
Good day, sir. Did you run over here? Like, holy.
So are you saying you're ready for? Are you ready for a dram? Is that what you're saying? There, Chris?
Just walked in the door from work, so
I can
first
see
that.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Well, probably Willis, she thought I was popping off, but then other people popped on, and then Paul forced me to have a pour of my Lagavulin 12.
Peer pressure, man.
Yeah, and so I had that, and we'll probably go for a few more minutes. But now that you popped on, I'll stay on a little bit longer. And but actually,
we're going to turn this into a 24-hour stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's not going to happen.
No. I can already feel it myself. My bones are saying, "Go to sleep."
I've hit a problem now in that with getting home and having to put bottles away, I don't know where I put things. So I've moved everything around.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? You're going to have to go back and look now just so you kind of remember, because I've moved some bottles, and now when I turn around, I have to think about it. No, it's not there. What did I do with it?
All my Yellowstones out of that cupboard, which are up on the top. They're now over here in the bookshelf here, and next to my Evan Williams Supply and Starwoods and Old Foresters, and so I needed some more room.
Before this last trip, you could walk right over there and find stuff. Now you got to take a minute and think about it.
Yeah. So it's Heaven Hill's sort of taken over this shelf now.
I see that on that top shelf.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all. Not at
There's
all.
a few more barrel proofs than that in there now. But with Paul being there,
I'm still happy that you hit the Australian lottery on the way in.
So am I.
I wish I could hit that. Not Australian wise, but the Canadian wise.
I'm sorry, but I just think it's amusing.
Oh.
I just do.
Yeah, I've had, out of all the bottles that I brought myself, I've had one time that the one lady, she knew me and she's like, I told her straight out, got this bottle, showed her the receipt. She's like, okay, yep. It's like, okay, right on.
Yeah.
But, like,
exactly.
Once. That's when I wish I had like 20 other bottles sitting in my back of my truck. One time.
Just one time.
Well, you were saying you were waiting for me to be able to have a pour, Anthony. So
only 13.
Oh, is that the one that I got from you? That's the bottle.
Father and son.
Oh, you're gonna
Did you
twist
get the
my
father
arm,
and
huh?
son off me, or the 13? Yeah, you got the father and son off me.
You gave me the father and son.
Yeah.
So since
Sean,
you're there,
Sean got
and that's what you're
13.
gonna,
Yeah.
if you're gonna pour it, I'm gonna open it. Hold on, I've got it. I've got it in a place of honor, Chris. Right there. This came from his cabinet that he's showing you. This is it right there. It was delivered to me, placed in my hands. It's the same one he's pouring right now.
I don't know if. Do you want to pour, babe?
And I mean, he sealed this so not a drop leaked out. I'm pulling it apart. I got a fresh Glen. Oh yeah. Just on the nose.
It's got a great nose, but the finish really drops off on this compared to the AER 13.
Kind of short.
No, but
Lil. You guys are all excited. We're like, I'm half asleep in my chair.
we were like that only last week.
Yeah, I'll be like that in South Carolina when I go there in 3 weeks.
So like, I got the father and son in my glass. Ooh, this is like caramely.
Yeah, it's got a great nose on it.
I mean, I know it's turkey, but it's not like the turkey I'm used to. No.
You don't get that rye sort of bite from the that you normally get on the nose of a turkey.
I get sweet. Absolute sweet.
But I mean, this is only, I think this is 86 proof.
I was gonna say it's not proofy. I don't get the ethanol at all. But of course, you've had that bottle open a minute.
Yeah, it's 86 proof.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's not exactly a lot out of it, and it's a 1 liter.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I picked up another 2 when we came back through.
Is that like a duty-free bottle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're travel only.
Mm-hmm.
It does have a really good nose. I mean, the sweetness, the caramel, the brown sugar to me comes out, and you're right.
Yeah.
The rye is not there. It is not there. I don't get
Hold on,
any
I think
dill.
she just dropped her
mint.
glass.
Uh-oh.
Just dropped one.
Somebody dropped a glass.
It happens.
I've not broken glass yet. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
But I've got my...
Give us 1 sec. She's just dropped our really good rocks glass.
Oh,
Okay.
Just shattered.
No, she's fine. We're good. We're not going anywhere.
thanks, James Morgan. Cheers.
Oh, that's right. It is that time of year for you guys. That's right. It's that time of day. It's because it's after midnight.
Yeah, in 12 hours. Well, no, 12, 13, 14. Yeah. Well, 16 hours I'll be dry. I'll be eating Thanksgiving
Yes,
dinner.
stuffing your pie hole to no end.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it for sure.
Is there going to be whiskey at your Thanksgiving?
No. Ben Demon Hunter, it's 2:35 for me. It's still tiring because like usually I only come out on a show once a weekend here and there, not 3 times.
Not 3 times in the same night.
well, I went because Friday it was my day off, so it went Thursday night, then I did Friday night. Saturday I didn't do nothing. I went to bed at like 9 o'clock, and then tonight. Because I wanted to go on Livewire. If I have a day off on Monday, I'll go on Livewire because I haven't been on them forever. And then Anthony's on afterwards now. So,
like I said, it works out a little better for Jim. And then Stacy was on, and I did not realize she has never done a live. And I'm like,
just video content until tonight.
Yeah.
Ben Demon Hunter, you're only an hour difference from me. You're Vancouver's 2 hours from me. So going more east is an hour ahead from where I am. So I was 4 hours from here is Thunder Bay is an hour difference. So that would be 3:30 there.
So did you roll the big deck up for the year? Alex?
What's that?
Did you roll the big deck up for the year?
I haven't even seen my deck this year.
Oh, you haven't?
No, I didn't. I left my boat in storage because we were dealing with our rental house with raw sewage flooding and water.
I remember that.
Then we bought the house and the renovations and everything. We never even got a chance to. I haven't.
Wow.
So that's
my big deck is so overgrown right now. My big deck is overgrown now in bush. So I have to go there next year and trim it.
For sure.
She decided to change from the Glen to a rocks glass so that she could put it on ice, and then decided to drop the rocks glass.
Oh.
Nice.
Well, did you tell her that she wasn't supposed to do that?
She hears you, Paul.
One of the funniest stories of Chris and Lil that I seen was we were at Buffalo Trace and we were talking Pappy with Freddie Johnson, and we were walking out of the rec house, and Lilith, she had tripped and she had a little bag and it had Blantons in it, like 1 or 2 of them. And she had fell down. And of course, before she even, assessed herself, she wants to make sure that the Blantons didn't break. And then I seen Chris coming around the corner, and then, because my wife was there, we helped pick her up and everything, and we walked out towards the side, and I heard Chris, the first thing he said to Lilith was like, "What are you doing?" And I just started laughing. I was like, that is the best reaction ever, man.
No, it was, did you fall over again?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm going to take a sip of this because I was waiting for Chris to get back.
It's really soft up front. It's very sweet. A lot of sugars on it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no back end on the palate. It just
No, there isn't. It's thin, super sweet, like you said, super sweet. Now I'm getting the spice a little bit on the tongue.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, James Morgan. Yes.
And really, you're right about the finish. There's not much after that on there. It isn't bad. I wish it was a little north of 86 proof.
Yeah, if it was 94 like the 13-year for Japan was and is, it'd probably be really good. It'd be interesting to see if it had that back end finish. But to be so sweet for a turkey, it's very unusual.
Well, I will give you that because it's not your 101.
No.
I mean, yeah, no, it is not the 101. Yeah, I actually think it's good, but I'm like you. If it was north of that 86, I think that would bring it out a bit more, a little more viscosity. But the finish, there just isn't because it's pretty much over, but the spice comes in there. So I'm like,
So what would the age be of a 101 roughly?
I don't think it's over 4 years. Well, it'd have to be. It would have to be because then they would have to state what it is. So it's at least 4 years. The
Father and
Wild
Sons?
Turkey 101.
Oh, 101, yeah.
Well, that's why I'm curious of what a 101 age would be, because everybody loves
46.
Yeah.
And Buffalo Trace is like close to 8 years.
Yeah, 6 to 8 for BT.
The regular store one?
Yeah, because that's kind of what I picked up on it. Because the Eagle Rare, it being 10 years, and it's the same mash bill.
Yeah.
And I'm still turning Blanton's down at like $70 or less.
Yeah.
I haven't never bought one. Not interested. I mean, I will at one point finally because it's going to get offered to me for like the 50th time. And I'm like, all right, I'm just buying it to say I got one. And it's done.
I bought one in 2.5 years of me drinking whiskey. Like I only bought it because my liquor store had it and it was like $70, but that's Canadian. So that's probably like $50 American.
Yeah. The one I go to, the one shop that you and I were at, Chris, Liquor Lineup, they get them regularly. And yeah, I'm just not, I don't know. I'm just not chasing it. It's just not anything that I have to have.
I'm not these days. I mean, I gave away my last 2 decent bottles of Straight from the Barrel.
Oh, yes.
So, my last 2 bottles at 120, high 129s, low 130 proof.
James. Yes.
I mean,
my garden is overgrown right now, James.
I'm keeping a bit of the spice on the back of this, so the finish doesn't completely. It's just that sweetness disappears, and there's a little bit of spice. The spice
stays.
On,
the spice stays. The sweetness goes. I was just holding it on the palate a little bit just to see. Right up front, sweet, but it doesn't last long. Then the spice starts to kick in. And I know it's not young, but I get a little young note on it. At least that's what it seems to me. That young kind of, I hate to say bitterness, but bitterness on it. But other than that, I don't think it's terrible. It could improve if it had A and B, but
Yeah, if it had a little bit more proof on it that kept the viscosity, it would probably be really, really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they probably did that just to make it so that it wasn't the normal 13 year.
Well, I'll give you that. But
at
it's
least
not
it's
terrible.
not 81 like our entry
yeah.
proof jerky.
No, it is not 81. Thank goodness that it's not, without a doubt. So it's not bad, but it's just what you said. It's sweet on the front. There's really no finish on it. You get the spice, and that's about it.
That is an enjoyable pour.
Yeah, I mean it's good. So it goes back to what I was saying in the beginning. It's a pour that isn't bad. You liked it, but for some reason, it's one of the bottles that get pushed back on your shelf, and you just don't get to it for 2 months, 6 months, or whatever.
Yeah.
And so this last few nights that I've been coming off work, I've been pouring something that's like, I haven't had this in a while, and I haven't had that in a while. And I'm like, wow, this is good. Why haven't I been drinking this? But all of our palates change, and they're good. But then you start going down that road of other things you bought. So anyway, I think my palate changed a little bit more, and it's more receptive to that Glengoyne now than that 12-year-old Scotch. And it's like, wow, it truthfully was one of those that make me look at the glass and go, holy crap, that's just good. Why did I leave it just sit there? I mean, I got the 20 CL bottles when my sister and brother-in-law were in Scotland. So I got to try them. And I said, I've had the 21, the 18, the 12, and the Legacy. So I'm like, holy smokes. And the 21, my dad got a 750 from him. And we just tore that up last Christmas. I mean, I was nice and I left him about that much in a bottle of Smoke Wagon when I left from the holiday. So he was happy with that. And he was happy that I left him that Glengoyne and I didn't finish it, which I wasn't going to. I at least saved him one. But no, this is not bad. It's not terrible, Chris, but you're right. It has some shortcomings, but in all, it is an okay pour. I had one of those. Hold that up again. Yep, that's it. That's what I just wanted to see. Yep, that's it. Yep.
And Paul, good luck with trying to find Lil Bulletproof rock glass.
I'm gonna make one out of a gigantic diamond, and that'll be basically her pimp cup.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, good luck with that. She'll need Dixie glasses, those red ones that Vic uses.
You know what's funny on this nose with a little bit that I have left in here, Chris? I know it's not, but I get a dusty note off of the nose. And I know it's not old or anything like that, but I get a little of that I'm going to call it kind of a must for that you get from an older whiskey. I'm not talking older, not because it's 12 year or 13 year. I'm talking an earlier turkey.
Interestingly, now finishing the last of that sip, that pour, it's not nowhere near as sweet as up front. But it's got that turkey bite to it now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, gentlemen.
Usually 2-3 sips, you'll pick up more notes or less notes.
I'm out, Anthony.
All right.
Cheers, Alex.
Yep.
Take care, Chris. Take care, Paul.
Yep.
Anthony, ciao.
Definitely.
Yep. Cheers.
No, you're going back to a sippy cup there.
Get one with like or something on it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But
it's like when she was going through all her treatment and everything, I was making a drink from a sippy cup.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think that's what I need sometimes. It'll help me monitor my whiskey intake a little bit more than slamming them back what I usually do. So.
Oh no, there was absolutely nothing wrong with your whiskey intake on the Saturday from
No, he had no problem taking it in. No problem taking it in.
Hey, my wife said I was teetering on the limit, which to me I was doing friggin' good.
Well, you were teetering on getting knifed by Sean's wife.
True. You say a few bad things about Applebee's, and next thing you know, you're getting stabbed.
Yep, that's right. Well, he was under the weather this weekend, so he didn't stream.
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm. Well, it happens. Independent Joe, we were just before you popped on, he was a little under the weather. And
that's what he was saying about leaving a bug behind.
Yeah. Yep.
I think it was because he went to Danny's after he dropped us off at the airport.
Maybe. That'll do it.
How you and Lilith didn't catch COVID, to me, it's nothing short of a miracle. How you guys could have gone all around the world, basically.
It's because of whiskey.
And it was because any time that we're around people who we didn't know to a degree, or we were traveling, we were masked up. So.
And you know what? I believe they work to a degree, but it's one of those things. If you're going to get it, you're going to get it.
No, yeah.
I mean, at the height of everything, when they started calling us all back to work, we were masked up and it was still everywhere. I mean, I'm going to knock on wood. I never got a sniffle, and I was shoulder to shoulder with people in the casino. People couldn't wait to get the hell out and go somewhere. And I never got nothing. I used to say it's not if, it's just when. But
yeah,
because it's like the flu. That's my mentality is. It's like, dude, I
tend not to get the flu.
And I can say I've never had it that I know of.
And it's basically because what I think is I run a slightly higher body temperature normally. So it just doesn't get a chance to incubate. So
yeah, who knows?
It gets burnt out of my system.
I just think it's because of the high proof whiskey. That's what I keep telling myself.
Oh yeah. Anything brown spirits kills viruses.
We need to get Whiskey Mountains after she gets, cures to Alzheimer's once and for all. She needs to work on something like that. It's like, okay, whiskey is the cure for flu and COVID, and we'll have whiskey on every corner. We'll have Pappy Van Winkle 15 years sitting on every medicinal shelf out there, Vicks Vapor Rub.
Well, you saw how much Pappy 15 went out this year by all the empty barrel spots.
And the 10 and the 15 are the ones that's really good.
The 15 is my favorite profile.
Mm-hmm.
And
I have the
Julian and Preston Van Winkle have both been on record saying that 15 is their favorite too.
So I have this one, and this was really good. I was really surprised. It's 107 proof.
10 years good. 107.
Yeah, it was. Well, I brought this to the weekend when you were here, Chris, and that's what's left. And I shared it with a couple of friends up at my camp and let them have it. And they really liked it. And I said, I'm really surprised over it. And I said, the 10 and the 15 are really the ones worth looking for. The rest are just, And they're way overpriced for what they are. Way overpriced for what they are.
You should try it over here.
set that back up there.
I mean, now MSRP for a 10-year old rip is about $650.
Yeah, I didn't pay anywhere near that.
That's MSRP.
No, I got you. Yeah. Here, MSRP for that bottle, if you can get it, is about a C note, $100.
I paid 106 for mine.
Yep.
Well, MSRP really for that is about $49, $50, I think it is.
Yeah.
That's what the distillery say it's worth.
Yeah, it's correct. But out here, I'm never gonna find it for under $100.
Oh yeah.
The only one
lucky.
I scored mine just because the liquor store does the bourbon point system, and the more bottles you buy there, the more points you adds up, and so I had to add up the points, and then I was able to buy it. But I was able to score it for 106 points or $106, but I had to save up 6,000 points to get it. So I had to definitely invest. Which
you had to put some money in there.
Oh yeah. So
oh god.
But from the first pour, I've had 2 pours of it, and the first pour I was like, man, I was getting chocolate covered cherries on it. I was very impressed with it.
Wild Turkey 13.
Nice.
Now there's going to be a little more flavor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have the nose, which the father and son does, surprisingly, but it has the finish and the flavors.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it's actually. I'll probably have to do a blend of the two and just see what it does. See whether or not you still get the sugary sweetness in the front end from the father and sons, and then get everything else from and the finish from this. But this is a lot more, it's got that mustiness to it, like you were saying about the older style turkeys, but it just doesn't have that sweetness. It's just very muted, sort of bit of rye bite to it, but there's just no sweetness, no caramel at all to the front of this.
Opposite of the father and son, where the sweetness was right up front, and then it just felt like a rock.
Yeah, whereas this is all back end. It sits back just off the tip of the tongue, but it just sits there and holds. It's got a really good finish.
Well, at least there's one turkey that we could say had a good finish.
But at least you got to try some.
Oh yeah, no, I'm glad I tried it. It's one of those things where I can't get it, and I know the cabinet it came out of.
Well, I've got another 3 bottles down in the cupboard.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one's got to go to my eldest brother, but we picked up.
He likes it.
Well, he's never had it yet.
Oh.
I bought a bottle for him when I bought my original, and I was kind of kicking myself not buying more at the time, but it's all I could really afford that week. But
yeah, isn't that the truth? You didn't know you were going to hit the lottery.
Because the lottery's basically paying for some shipping.
Yeah.
So I've got about probably about 56, 60 bottles coming over to be shipped.
Oops. There we go. Okay.
All right, you guys, I'm going to head out and finish.
Right.
I'm going to have this cigar and finish this whiskey. So,
hey, well,
That's
thanks.
unusual, Paul. You're going off before the sun's coming up.
My sleeping's gotten a little bit more obscured here lately, where I'm staying up in the night now, and I'm on vampire time. Long story short, so. But I appreciate you having me on, Anthony.
Yeah, no, you go ahead and enjoy yourself. I'm going to probably call it a night here in just a little bit. My wife has a little procedure in the morning. So it is morning, but I'll be taking her. So I'm off tomorrow, but I have to take her up to the surgery center.
Still got your duties you got to do.
Yep, got to do them. Yep. So,
Chris,
all right,
Lil, appreciate you guys, man. You guys have a good night. Good morning.
Yep.
So,
Afternoon, evening.
As I say, it's afternoon for Chris.
Yeah, going on to evening because it's just hit 6 p.m.
Mm-hmm. Well, Ken ought to be rolling off his slab. Oh, no, wait a minute. They weren't feeling good.
No,
his son brought home a little bit of the ick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. And like I said, he didn't stream. Did he stream today?
Yeah, but I don't think he was on for too long.
No, he was on this morning. Yeah. For me this morning.
Yeah.
We weren't sure if he was going to stream, depending on how he felt. That's right.
Yeah.
I think God, it's terrible when I can't remember. Like, was he on this morning?
So I've got to sit down with him and work out when we're doing the Lego build for the lunar lander.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah. Well, you got one too, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to do the build together.
Mm-hmm. Are you on daylights now for a bit?
This week.
Oh, okay. And then you're going to go to a night, or are you going to go to a swing?
I got to a blend.
I gotcha. Like 4 to 12 or 6 to 2?
No, well, I've got this week's all 8 till 4:40s. Then I've got 3 7 till 3s, then 3 nights. So 11 till 7s.
Oh yeah, I hated those. Hated those. That's for sure.
What I'm trying to get away from shift for is to get away from the night shift. I don't mind the day shift. I don't mind the swing, but
it's at grave. Yeah,
grave is just
Yeah, I did it for about 4 months, and for me, it was just awful.
Oh, if I could do a solid week of it and get it out of the road and then have 7 days off, like a roster which we planned a few years ago, I wouldn't have a problem. But it's the fact that I've got 3 weeks where I'm constantly shifting my body clock 12 hours.
Yeah, it messes with
it forwards.
Yep.
It just you don't get a metabolism. Your body just sits there and goes, "I hate you."
Huh. That's putting it mildly.
So
yeah, I never liked the grave. I've done it not recently, but before the pandemic and stuff. Yeah, I'd have to go in at 9 or 10 at night till 4 or 5 in the morning. It's like, ugh.
Well, that wouldn't be so bad to a degree, because at least you're going to work at night and you in the dark. You're getting home in the dark. It's when you go to work and you're driving home in peak hour traffic that does not.
Oh, I hate rush hour traffic in general, Chris. I can't stand it, loathe it. So if I don't have to traverse, I just don't do it at all.
No, that's where I'm starting to look more. If I'm doing grave, I'll work from our backup site, which is on the other side of Brisbane.
Mm-hmm.
But it goes opposite to the traffic. I have about 5 minutes of traffic because I'm just on the other side of the CBD, and I get across the bridge and then it's just straight through. There's no traffic.
Yeah.
Whereas if I'm coming from our primary site, which is over twice the distance away, it takes me about 3 to 4 times as long to get home.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing you can do. Yeah, I got you. It's not funny, but yeah, I absolutely loathe it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That is for sure. Just had a little sip of leftover Bunnahabhain 12. I'm like, oh, I still had some over there. So I can reach over there and grab that. But
so did you watch Ken's stream last Monday morning?
Yeah.
Have you rewatched when just after you dropped off when we went to Mirage Liquors in Texas with Matt?
I watched that. I watched those. And then you can't get any of those bottles.
All of Lil's reaction.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I thought we would have to tune back in, but you kept the video rolling, so I was there with Ken, and I'm watching, and she actually liked a few of them and was like, "Oh yeah, this is good, but none of them could you get right now because they're not available to sell.
Not yet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yep.
But they're also going to be about $300 to $400 US a bottle. So
yeah. Yep. Well, that's an indie bottling, and there were some good distillers there. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And
even
Lilith was going. Okay. Yeah.
The old Pulteney was definitely.
That's briny, but good.
Yeah.
I mean, you get that brine on the old Pulteney, but.
Yeah, but the port finish on it really took that out.
I bet. I'm sure it did. It's there, but the port pushed through it. Mm-hmm. I'm sure it did. The port pushed through it. Was that I'm trying to think. Was that in one of the indie bottles?
Yeah. It was the last. It was the different style bottle, but it was still a signature.
Okay. They had that barrel there, so I'm thinking of what it looked like. It wasn't one of the ones directly on the barrel where you had the cups.
No, he had William had it off the barrel.
Yep. Okay. I remember. Yep. So now I actually did watch it. I actually did watch the whole thing, but it was good. But well, I'm gonna cheers everybody out. I'm gonna call it a night, get cleaned up here, and then get ready to take the wife over to the center tomorrow. And that's that. And you're gonna relax a little more, have a little dinner, and
think about dinner. And
yeah. So how was the hot tub and everything okay when you got home?
Oh, it's empty still at the moment. I've got to refill it.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know what you did with it while you were away.
Yeah, I drained it.
To ask you if you had somebody at least come over and look at it, but if it's empty, you ain't got nothing to worry about.
That's it. Yeah, I basically just went, no, we'll just drain it, and because it was due for a water change anyway. So.
Yep. I did mine probably 2 minimum, if not 3 times a year, and that's only we're talking 500 gallons. So
yeah, well, it's basically twice a year they recommend you to do a full.
It was minimum twice a year.
Yep.
Sometimes I would do 3. It just depended upon the use.
Yeah, but I'm not using chlorine or bromide. I'm using hydrogen peroxide and magnesium.
Oh, okay. So I would use bromine, but I switched to, I forget what it was, but it was this tube, and you just put it in with the filters, and I forget what it was, but it disinfected the water naturally and didn't have a problem for the longest time. Didn't. And I couldn't find those little cartridges anymore. To drop in with the filters. You just tied it on the string and dropped it down where the filters are. So anytime it would cycle, it was always doing that. Oh my gosh. The only thing you had to do is watch the pH, and that was it. And then,
well, that's where I just use liquid hydrogen peroxide. And so that cleans the water and everything as well, and handle the pH side. And it's just then using a little bit of an alkalinity razor, but then I use about 2 cups of magnesium flakes. So you're sitting basically in mineral springs, and
absolutely.
Your body absorbs magnesium quite happily through the skin and for the bones and everything. So it's just the best thing for relaxing and recouping after any exercise.
Yeah. Well, James, when you got good BS going on, what can I say? But all right, well, I'm going to call her quits, everybody in chat. I'm going to get my stuff together. I just want to say cheers and thank you all for being here. Chris, thanks for popping on. And
no worries.
We will see
you. I was amazed that you were still going.
Yeah. Well, Lola said that you were on your way. And so I said, well, maybe he'll pop in. And I wasn't expecting the father and son little tidbit, but I was all for it. So cheers, everyone.